All right, we're back. Due to a little hiccup with the crowdcast, we're now on YouTube, and I hope everybody has followed us from crowdcast over. We're ready for the industry vendor keynote, and we have speakers from Microsoft, Fujitsu, IBM, Oracle, and Payara. So enjoy their talk.
Of my part as I possibly can, while still keeping it meaningful. So briefly, I'm Reza. I'm from Microsoft. I'm Principal Program Manager for Java on Azure. I'm the Jakarta EE, Microsoft representative for the Jakarta EE working group, and obviously very happy to be here. Today, what I'm going to be doing is showing you something called JBoss EAP on Azure App Service, as you can see from the title here. Hopefully, you've heard of it before. If you haven't, basically, it is a PaaS. PaaS meaning that everything is running for you on the cloud, and JBoss EAP version is up and ready for you in the cloud with just a few point and clicks. And then all you really do to use the platform is just go ahead and deploy your application. I'll be doing that in a moment. Just deploy a WAR, and there you go. That's the PaaS experience. It is the only Jakarta EE compatible PaaS that is fully managed Jakarta EE first-party PaaS on any major cloud platform. So Amazon does not have an equivalent. Alibaba doesn't have an equivalent. Google does not have an equivalent. Only Microsoft is decided to make the investment to have a fully managed experience for Jakarta EE developers via Azure App Service. So I will not be showing you any kind of slides at all. I have a 0-slide presentation in the next 10 minutes or so. Here's what I would like to share with you, though. I would like to share with you the URL for this demo. So I'll be just doing a demo. And by the way, whatever I'm doing right now, a very truncated version, you can do yourself, right? So it is this GitHub URL that I just shared with you. It is designed to do just that. So you can go ahead and follow those steps and be able to do the demo in your own time. It's probably going to take you about, my estimate would be all said and done if you never used Azure before, probably about 4 to 5 hours. But you'll be able to get through the demo. The other thing that is in the GitHub URL is actually an extended version of this demo that I'm trying to do in about 10 minutes. Okay. Other thing I'm going to share with you really, really quickly is we actually just made some changes to this offering, JBoss EAP on Azure App Service. It is designed to basically accelerate adoption and make it as cheap as possible for you. 2 key changes I'll mention here. One is that you can use this thing entirely for free. We have enabled it in the free tier. So you can do this sort of experimentation and trial. And the thing that I'll be demoing with for you today, which is JBoss EAP 8, which means that the application that I'll be shortly deploying is actually a Jakarta EE 10 application. Okay, and shortly, of course, we will support Jakarta EE 11 as soon as that comes along, and JBoss EAP supports it. But for now, Jakarta EE 10 application. Let me breeze through this demo again as quickly as I can. So the code is available. It's a Jakarta EE 10 application. You all know how that looks like. First thing I'm going to do is just do a quick Maven build of this application. MVN clean package. And of course, I'm hurrying up so I can't think. So all I'm doing is creating a package. And as you know, if it's a simple application as this, it's just going to create a WAR file. So there's a WAR file. Okay, so let's go ahead and go take a look at this WAR file. All right, and there's a WAR file. You can see jakartaecafe.war. Now, in the background, I do have Wildfly running, the corresponding Wildfly version to JBoss EAP. I could have had JBoss EAP running, but I'm running Wildfly. So here's that. If I go into my browser, here's Wildfly running, as you can see. So I'm going to go ahead and do a local deployment just as just to show you that I'm moving from my desktop to the cloud. So in order to do that, all I really need to do is copy. Easiest to do that is just copy this file onto my Wildfly deployment. So I'm going to do that right here. So you can see the command line, hopefully well enough. I'm copying the WAR file onto the deployment directory of Wildfly. That's all that's going on here. So let me hit enter. and we will go to take a look at the Wildfly deployment happening. Normal. I believe it's done now. So I'll go onto my web browser again and refresh it. It's nothing too fancy. I'm not going to show you too much of the application. It's just a simple CRUD. That's all it is. So running locally, which is not too terribly exciting. So I'm going to just kill Wildfly locally, but main point is we have it running on-premise, if you will, on-prem. And then let's go back to our application. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy this exact same application that I just deployed locally onto JBoss EAP on Azure App Service. So you can follow all the steps over here. For now, I've created everything for us. Here's the actual instance that is running. So literally, there's a JBoss EAP instance that is running on the cloud. If I go and show you the configuration, which I will. Here's that. So you can see I'm running Java 17 and I'm running JBoss EAP 8. Again, that's Jakarta E10 capable. Now, another thing I'm going to now do is actually log onto the log stream of this instance. So now I'm looking at the actual log stream of this running JBoss EAP instance. Now, how do I do the deployment? I can simply do the deployment through Maven as well. So it's simply So there's many different ways of doing a deployment. I'm doing the easiest thing, which is just deploying the application directly from using a Maven plugin. I already have the WAR up and running. I'm just going to use our Azure Web App plugin to do a remote deployment onto this running JBoss EAP instance. So hitting enter. Okay, I'll describe what's going on in a moment. So it's just bootstrapping the deployment now. Hopefully everything will go well. Since it's a live demo, you can never really tell. Yeah, it's authenticated. It is deploying onto my Azure subscription. As you can see there, we should see the artifacts being deployed right now. So I have a Postgres jar file. I'm talking to a database. So I'm deploying the jar file now, and that'll be done momentarily. And then we're moving on to, there's a JBoss CLI command to actually deploy the data source. That's how you do the configuration changes to Wildfly on this managed PaaS. So that's what's going on now. We are deploying the Postgres module.xml. We're also deploying a startup script. You don't have to. It's a little bit easier, as you'll see when you look at the demo code yourself. And now we're deploying the WAR file. So this is, again, deploying onto the running JBoss EAP instance. And it is actually, the deployment has actually started. So now let's go take a look at our console. And as you can see, basically, we're doing the deployment right now. It will finish in just a moment. In fact, I'm going to increase the font size here a little bit so you can see it better. Yeah, the deployment is happening. There's the deployment root. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, that's expected. Okay, actually the deployment is done. So I'm going to now show you the app running, basically deployed onto JBoss EAP on App Service. So here's the endpoint URL, it's the public endpoint URL. I can just click on this. And here's the application running on Azure. It took less than 10 minutes. I was able to do the deployment. So that's about it. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to actually be as a Jakarta developer to use a PaaS experience. It's far removed from all of the configuration and all the stuff that you need to do on premise. Plus, I didn't get into it, but there's a lot of other really nice features in terms of a managed experience for Jakarta developers. So I think that's about it. I want to give back as much time as I can. So I'm going to hand it over to, I believe, Daichi next.
Thank you. Now I'll share the screen. Can you see my screen?
You should be able to. Can you give it a try?
I can see it.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to JakartaOne Livestream 2024. Good morning, evening to every joining us from around the world. I'm Daichi from Fujitsu. Today, I'll share insights on Fujitsu involvement and advancement with Jakarta EE and MicroProfile. Uh, we explore how these technologies are shaping our work and industry. I'm excited to dive into this topic, and I hope you'll find the insights we've gathered both informative and inspiring. I've been working for Fujitsu since 2017. For now, I'm in charge of technical sales for Java application platforms. As you may know, Fujitsu provides several Java-related products such as Java Application Server, one of the Jakarta EE compatible implementations. Fujitsu also provides a MicroProfile compatible implementation called Launcher. Launched in 1998, Intersys initially focused on distributed systems using Colbert technology. It later evolved to support J2E technology, which significantly broadens the use of Java system across diverse industries in Japan, including government, finance, banking, manufacturing, telecommunications. Intersys has continually evolved, consistently integrating new standards and cutting-edge technologies. Our active participation in Java standardization through the JCP has been a key part of this journey. With the transition of Java EE technology to the Eclipse Foundation, Fujitsu has maintained its commitment to the forefront of software development. We now support Jakarta EE and MicroProfile in two flagship products, Intersys Application Server and Enterprise Application Platform. These products incorporate Jakarta EE 10, MicroProfile 6, and OpenJDK 17, showcasing our dedication to providing up-to-date and powerful solutions. We are also planning to release Jakarta EE 11 compatible product in the near future, which is one of the strategic member of Jakarta EE working group and corporate member of MicroProfile working group. With the vendor and Java user group, we build vendor-neutral Java ecosystem through these two working groups to ensure Java users can safely and compatibly use Jakarta EE and MicroProfile technologies. This joins the adopting working group in August to contribute to high security supply chain technologies. It works to provide our customer with high quality to build Java runtime use these technologies, which is also deeply involved in several Java-related open source communities. Active engagement spans across Jakarta EE, Eclipse Glassfish, MicroProfile, and OpenJDK. We are proud to have several Fujitsu members serving as committers in this project. Our contribution has been pivotal in fostering the growth of Java ecosystem. By actively participating in this open source project, we are helping shape the direction of Java technologies, ensuring it remains robust, versatile, and fit for the demands of modern cloud-native applications. This involvement underscores our commitment not only to advancing our own products, but also to contribute to the broader technological communities. The Fujitsu Enterprise Application Server products are designed to meet a diverse range of needs, offering two distinct types of Java runtimes. The first type is dedicated to the existing enterprise mission-critical system. Many of these systems rely on the technology like Colva, SOAP, or EJB. These products enable our customer to modernize their application while minimizing the compatibility risks. The second type of runtime is tailored for newly created cloud-native applications. Here, Fujitsu provides a MicroProfile compatible implementation specifically optimized for cloud environments. This includes features like fast startup times, scalability, and enhanced observability. Such capabilities are crucial for maximizing the efficiency and effectiveness of cloud-native application, ensuring the leverage of full potential of cloud technologies. By offering these two runtime options, Fujitsu provides a comprehensive solution that bridges the gap between traditional enterprise system and modern cloud-native paradigm to meet the full spectrum of enterprise software needs. InterStage Application Server is designed for running the application using legacy technology such as Corva, SOAP, or EJB. Our platform not only ensure compatibility with such legacy technologies, but also facilitates their integration into modern infrastructure such as Azure or AWS. Through Jakarta EE modern APIs, this system can seamlessly communicate with cloud-native application, enabling smooth transition into the future of enterprise computing. The enterprise application platform is designed for use in cloud environments and support both Jakarta EE and MicroProfile technologies. We provide the graphics-based Jakarta EE compatible implementation, which is good for migrating from the existing legacy Java EE application to the new Jakarta EE platform. This product is not just about compatibility. It represents our dedication to providing high-quality, commercial-grade solutions that meets the latest industry standards and client needs. This swift adaptation to Jakarta EE underscores Fujitsu's agility and foresight in staying ahead of rapid evolving technology landscape, ensuring that our clients always have access to the most advanced and reliable solution available. Our MicroProfile implementation launcher is well suited to building new cloud-native applications. Cloud-native applications are increasingly being run in container environments due to their scalability and efficiency. As a study this trend, we have made products available on the QueryIO repository. It allows for quick access to our software, streamlining the development and deployment cycle in container environment. I encourage anyone work with container-based application to explore these images on QueryIO and experience the ease of deployment. Which provides plenty of information about Java technology through blog and webinars. Unfortunately, these are all in Japanese, but please take a look if you are interested. As we wrap up, I want to re-emphasize its dedication to support both innovation and compatibility within our products. Our goal is to encourage Java developers to continue leveraging Jakarta EE and MicroProfile technology, contributing to the expansive growth of the Java ecosystem. Throughout this presentation, we've discussed its historical contribution to Java, our active involvement in open source communities, and the versatility of our product offering. These aspects briefly demonstrate our commitment to advancing technology while ensuring seamless integration to our users. Looking ahead, which remains actively involved in the Eclipse project, and we will release Jakarta 11 compatible product next year. We are excited about the future and invite you to join us on this journey by using our products, participating in open source projects, or simply staying informed about our advancement. Thank you for your time and interest in which endeavors in the Java world. That's all. Over to the next speaker.
Hello, everybody. I'm Emily Jiang from IBM. In this next 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about a new chapter for enterprise Java applications with AI, which is IBM Watson-X Code Assistant. I'm a cloud-native architect, and also I'm a validation architect for IBM Watson-X Code Assistant for Java. According to International Data Corporation, actually, it's 83% of the business execs agree modernizing applications is very essential for their business strategy. However, only like 27 of them have started their modernized their application working flow, but the world is not stopping. And at the same time, there's a prediction, there's a 1 billion new applications will be developed by 2028. So as you know, as a developer, we need to maintain the existing application, modernize it, and also creating brand new applications. This is a lot. At the same time, that every release will create a tech debt. So there's a lot tasks waiting for us to basically complete. So that's why it's great. We are very excited to have GenAI help us. Luckily, IBM Watson X code assistant comes to rescue. This allow us to code smarter, not harder. So this is great. So it's a kind of the IBM Watson X code assistant has a few different flavors. It has the individual, which you can use basically individual use for free. And also has the essential, basically the layer. So basically this is for production use. And then third one is standardization. This is what I'm going to focus on. And then also this is on the in the cloud, and also there's the on-prem version as well. So for the individual, actually, you can use basically Olama to have the model basically downloaded locally. You can use. So in the standardization, basically it's powered by IBM LLM Granite 20B code Java Enterprise. So this is the model I have been working closely with IBM Research. So basically ensure this model has great knowledge on the Jakarta EE and MicroProfile and some and a lot of Java features. So it's a true enterprise Java and standard Java expert. Is all you need to do is basically install the plugin. So it's you use the VS Code like I am. So it's you can directly download basically install the Watson X code assistant for enterprise Java applications plugin. So which I'm going to basically demo shortly. So in my demo, I'm going to cover two categories. One is how Watson X code assistant to help you to modernize your Java applications. Then what about brand new applications? What Watson X code assistant can do for you? So with that, let me show my IDE. So this is app is running. Actually, this app is on the basically the WebSphere application like a server on the TWAS. And then I want to modernize to have it deployed to Liberty. So it's also is on Java 8. I want to upgrade to be Java 21. So all I did, I had this IDE already installed. So this I showed earlier. So Watson X code assistant for Java. Now I go back to my code and right click here. I have this basically the Watson X code assistant. I want to modernize to basically WebSphere Liberty. So this is kind of the automatically come up. So I can do analyze this application and then it will start and analyze. And then here is the kind of the dialog. I know it's on the WebSphere application server traditional. I want to move to WebSphere Liberty. At the same time is in the POM, I know it's Java 8. Now I want it to run on Java 21. And then I click build and analyze. So basically it will work out the plan for this migration. And then for moving from a WebSphere application server to Liberty, and also is for Java 8.21. At the same time, prepare for the kind of the cloud deployment, so I can also include the container file. And I will see proceed. And then it will work out what kind of code changes needed. And it has basically 3 categories. Basically, we'll say what is the automatic fix. So it has 6 automatic fix. Like this is basically the usage of some APIs no longer in WebSphere Liberty, and how to work out a server name on Liberty and avoid to use the duplicate APIs. And also for the Java kind of upgrade. And then I just saw it's automatically have the fix. I mean, run the automatic fix. And then if it's all goes well, as you can see, it's kind of all the green ticks. And then to verify it, I can say rebuild and refresh. And then if it's kind of all kind of accepted, it will basically turn this to 0. See, it's all become 0 or accepted. As you can see here, you can already see the changes. So the next thing is that this is actually the automatic fix was done by the basically rewrite recipes. So it's kind of the all the basically this is all automatic. And the next one is assisted fix. This is done by LLM. I don't have time to go through all the categories, so this is 3 LLM can fix it. So let's choose a Java upgrade one. So basically this is the kind of modernized to Liberty. This is the kind of the WebSphere Servlet API superseded by the Servlet 3 that has changed. And the other thing is basically avoid use thread or stop. So it's the rule, and then is kind of the thread or suspend. And then is there's one occurrence is in this file. So if I click that, so this file, it has the basically IDE already popped up. It said, okay, it's not, you shouldn't use it. And then it will suggest basically say choose the entire class. Let me choose that. And then click help me. So here is basically the kind of the what is next code assistant create a prompt and send it to the LLM, which is the Granite 20B like code Java Enterprise. And then this LLM will directly do the code suggestions. And then we'll go through basically and we display in the chat. And then is the kind of the provide instructions as well. So as you can see here, like basically it tell you which line and got steps as well. Now, as you can see, the LLM come back and with the kind of suggestions, you can directly copy the suggestions. Let me go to the top. So you can copy this and directly basically paste this. You can save that because it's kind of can save that. As you can see, the thread dot close has been removed. So removed. So now it's kind of I know I have done that one. If I kind of rebuild and refresh, I should see 2 instead of 3. So basically, is as you can see here, is already turned into the 10 changes. So here is automatically become 2, and then you can see the different changes. Here is kind of the all the different changes what I have done earlier. So this is kind of the quick demo about how to modernize your applications with LLM. And the other thing is kind of the what if you create a brand new applications. So it's prior to this one. So I have basically used the Open Liberty Starter to create basically the application. Now is just have this one Jakarta kind of the application. Now, if I do for example, I kind of create a hello world. To Java. Now I don't want to like code it myself. I can just directly say a Jakarta RESTful web services. I will say get to return hello JakartaOne Livestream 2024. And then I will just say and generate code for me. So as you can see here, like it's automatically generate some code for me. So obviously here is kind of the did the endpoint. I can see, okay, rename that. And here can put that. So I can save that. And because it's running already, as you can see, this endpoint automatically popped up. I can try it out. I can execute. It says "Hello World JakartaOne Livestream 2024." So as you can see, is I don't need to type this anymore. It's pretty much you can directly have the Watsonx code assistant to generate for you. So that's pretty much conclude my today's session. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. This is Will Lyons. Let me share my screen. Can that be viewed okay? Thank you. I'm here today to talk about Oracle and our participation in Jakarta EE and how we're using that in our products. I manage product management for the Oracle Enterprise Cloud Native Java line. Some of the elements of my presentation involve forward-looking materials, so there's a standard Oracle Safe Harbor statement. Regarding Oracle's participation in the Jakarta EE process, we're really pleased with the way Jakarta EE is developed and flourished. This effort started many years ago when Oracle and other members of the community agreed to create Jakarta EE, and Oracle donated specs, implementations, and the TCKs. We've remained a contributor to Jakarta EE and MicroProfile, and we're really happy that the process is open, it's vendor neutral, and it's successful, and as you can see by the Jakarta EE 11 release, which is imminent. Just a brief overview of our product line. Oracle Enterprise Cloud Native Java consists of Oracle WebLogic Server. This is our Jakarta EE application server, which is used by many customers throughout industries worldwide, can be deployed on premises and in the cloud, and we continue to deliver new releases of it. We also deliver WebLogic Server for OCI. This is an offering of WebLogic Server to easily configure WebLogic configurations and deploy applications in Oracle Cloud. WebLogic Server for OCI supports multiple versions of WebLogic Server, including the latest version, WebLogic 14.1.1, and will be supporting new versions of WebLogic going forward. Our product line also includes Helidon. Helidon is Oracle's Java microservices framework, which can be used to build lightweight applications using Java, using microservices-based patterns. It supports both Jakarta EE Core Profile 10 and MicroProfile 6.1. And finally, our product line includes Oracle Coherence, which is an in-memory data grid product, which is most commonly used for performing distributed caching for applications, which might include WebLogic applications, Helidon applications, or applications using any runtime that need to use a distributed cache. Coherence also provides for processing in a distributed in-memory grid of Java processes. Coherence is largely supported or developed now in open source using Coherence Community Edition, and can be used with a variety of Jakarta EE compatible implementations or MicroProfile compatible implementations. And using this set of products, you can build applications using standards with traditional deployment models, using full Jakarta EE platform, using microservices in the cloud, on premises, etc. So our product line provides you lots of options for bringing your applications into the future. Just to drill down on Helidon a little bit, Helidon 4 is the current release of Helidon. It's been available for some time now. It's the first microservices framework built from the ground up using the virtual threading model delivered in Java 21. So we worked really closely with the Java team to build an environment which provides the throughput associated with reactive programming, but with the simplicity of a blocking programming style used taking advantage of virtual threads. And so within Helidon, we built it from the ground up using virtual thread support instead of retrofitting virtual threads onto existing frameworks, which is most commonly done with other frameworks. So Helidon can be used to provide excellent performance in your Java microservices deployments with predictable latency. As I said, Helidon supports MicroProfile 6.1 and Jakarta EE 10 core profile today. And we fully expect to update Helidon going forward to support new versions of the MicroProfile and Jakarta EE core profile specifications. We're also on the cusp of delivering a new release of WebLogic Server in Coherence, WebLogic Server in Coherence 14.1.2. I see on this slide, we're planning on delivering this in calendar year 2024. So if I look at my watch, that is coming very soon. WebLogic Server and Coherence 14.1.2 will be part of the overall Fusion middleware 14.1.2 release. The Oracle Fusion middleware product line is built on WebLogic Server and Coherence, and will continue to be going forward. Oracle applications which are built on WebLogic Server and Coherence and Fusion middleware will leverage this new release, as well as many Oracle cloud services that use these technologies. WebLogic 14.1.2 will support Java 17 and 21, will support Jakarta EE8 for compatibility with WebLogic 14.1.1 applications. And it includes a variety of new features and capabilities. We will also be delivering a new release of Oracle Coherence 14.1.2, which inherits new feature capabilities delivered in the open source in Coherence Community Edition. We also have announced in our roadmap strategic direction to deliver a new release of WebLogic and Coherence 15.1.1 next calendar year. We expect to deliver beta releases of this technology very early in calendar year 2025. This release of WebLogic and Coherence will support Java 17, Java 21, Jakarta EE 9.1 to take advantage of use of the Jakarta namespace. We'll provide upgrade tooling to enable users to upgrade their existing applications readily to WebLogic and Coherence 15.1.1. We'll provide improvements for simplifying securing WebLogic and Coherence applications. We'll continue to support running WebLogic and Coherence in containers, in Kubernetes, and in the cloud. And we'll provide optimizations for integration of your WebLogic and Coherence applications with Oracle Cloud. So together, these products enable you a great deal of architectural flexibility in terms of how you deploy your applications today, and how you will evolve them in the future at the pace that you choose. Many of our customers are deployed today on physical machines or virtual machines on premises using WebLogic and/or coherence. Helidon provides an opportunity for microservices-based deployments and extension to your current applications. We have many customers in production today running these technologies on Kubernetes, on premises, as well as customers who have moved their applications to either physical machines or VMs running in the cloud, either on Oracle Cloud or other clouds like Azure and Amazon Web Services. And we also support running those applications in the cloud in Kubernetes. So using our technologies, you can take your deployments from where they're running today to new microservices-based environments, to new deployment architectures in the cloud or in a combination of on-premises or cloud deployments using proven productized technology fully supported by Oracle and supporting Jakarta EE and MicroProfile technologies. So that's a brief overview of what Oracle is doing today in this space. I will stop sharing and turn it over to Louise.
Thank you, Will. So let me just share my screen. So hopefully I am sharing. So I'll be speaking to you. Thank you. Brilliant. Okay, so my name's Louise Castens. I'm Senior Product Manager at Payara. And this is the second session today, but today I will be talking to you a little about our products and our product outlook for 2025. So for those of you who missed my session earlier, I just briefly wanted to remind everybody what our product suite is at Payara. And that we fulfill key developer use cases with our different product versions. So our Payara Micro is the core application kernel, and that is for mission critical production systems and most suited to IoT edge and containers. Our server is the full server instance where we configure, manage, and monitor multiple instances of Payara Micro for scale and resilience. And this is suited more to bare metal and virtualization. And I just want to answer a question that came up in the earlier session about what we mean exactly with bare metal here. So bare metal back in the day, of course, servers used to be just run on computers themselves. In this instance now, of course, that barely happens anymore. So we refer this to simply downloading Payara on the virtual server. So whereas Kubernetes and Docker, etc., are extractions, this is the most basic way. It can also refer to there not being an operating system between the hardware and the virtualization layer. So that was bare metal. And then, of course, we also support virtualization with the server. And then finally, our cloud product suite. So this is the next generation of our cloud application runtimes with one-click deployment, and that supports Kubernetes and cloud deployments. And rather than focusing on exact roadmaps, we'll talk about strategic themes across our products in 2025. So first and foremostly is supporting Jakarta EE 11. So in 25, we'll be releasing our Payara Server 7, and we'll be supporting Jakarta EE with the community release in Q1, and the enterprise release will follow it in Q2. Within those releases, we will be supporting the new Jakarta Data API and also Eclipse Krazo or Krazo, depending on how you want to pronounce it, as the Jakarta MVC. In the early part of the year, we'll also be providing support for MicroProfile 7, and we'll be starting on Jakarta EE 12 already. The reason for this is, although it's not due until 2026, we want to leave as much time as possible for it. We also plan to make many more contributions than we have been doing in the past, because we find Jakarta EE important, and so it will be one of our strategic themes next year. Another really important point is, as we discussed earlier, and we've probably talked about a lot today, is with new legislation coming in place, we want to make sure that we position ourselves well for our customers. So we want to become a CRA compliant platform. We'll be doing that through our enterprise products mainly. And we have become a member of the Open Regulatory Compliance Eclipse Foundation Working Group, which is the newest working group that has been created. And the idea behind that is that we want to support our customers in navigating this increasingly complicated landscape and adhering to new regulatory frameworks, primarily the Cyber Resilience Act, but there's also other pieces of legislation coming into place, like the EUAI and several data sovereignty measures across the globe. So once this working group has defined what is required, the idea is that eventually there will be some sort of a certification, and we do want to become certified. But not only do we want to be compliant as Payara and our Payara server and help our customers be compliant, but we also want to make sure that our third-party integrations are all compliant. We've also noticed there is a tendency for our customers to linger on slightly older versions of Jakarta EE. There have been less of them that are remaining on the Java 8 space in Payara 4. But we have come out with a new support model. So Enterprise 4 was entering end of life in Q1 next year. But we have now got a new service offering where we offer lifetime support for those companies who have not been able to migrate to Enterprise 5 yet. And so we'll be providing some support for them in a slightly longer time frame. We've also similarly decided that obviously Payara 5 is Jakarta EE8. There are companies that are struggling with the upgrade to EE10. And as such, we have decided to extend feature supports on Payara 5 for a longer period. So again, this was going to be entering into the extended support lifecycle model, but now we'll be supporting features for a bit longer. And because the older the versions you use, the more important it is to ensure stability and security, there will be an observability feature, which we won't be calling that, but I will be talking about that a little bit more, which will help to basically monitor the applications that are on older versions to make sure that they are secure and stable. Speaking of which, the observability theme is going to be quite important for Payara next year. So we foresee this being an enterprise product. We will be releasing iteratively to make sure that we release value as soon as possible. The idea is to give you application visibility across servers and clouds, as well as different collectors and containers, so you can connect it to any Payara server or cloud, so wherever your applications are running. We want to provide a management console, which is simplified, which will give you overview of all your applications regardless of the instance they're running on. And we'll be providing centralized real-time visibility into those applications with monitoring and logging capabilities. One of the aspects of this as well is that whenever we do identify a problem, we want to be able to allow you to drill down into that to analyze the root cause of the issue and help you resolve that sooner. We will not be basically recreating the wheel. Of course, we know there's a lot of very useful information out there already. So we'll be allowing our customers to configure the data sources they wish to integrate, as well as integrating with third-party data sources like Datadog or Ycrasher or other platforms. And as part of the offering, we also want to make alerts configurable, like the security alerts and notifications on different channels to give you as much flexibility to solve your problems as quickly as possible. So another theme is this was slightly delayed from 2024 because of the work we were doing on Jakarta E11. So we'll be picking this up in 2025, which is ensuring that Payara remains competitive in both startup and deployment times. And because of that, we will be rolling out CRU and crack support as already now, and AWS Snap Start, as well as other configuration optimizations. And we also plan to release a Payara Nano, which is basically a very slimmed down version of the server on REST, which will have practically scaled to zero and therefore very quick startup times. So very important for us to make sure that the products remain very performant. And one of the most exciting areas for Payara is our Payara Cloud product. So as some of you may be aware, we have a platform as a service option already, which is quite innovative. It's a one-click deployment solution where you simply have to bring your WAR file and you simply have to deploy and configure, and we've automated all the other steps for the developer. So while we continue to build that out, our main objective for next year is providing a new cloud enterprise product, which will actually be on our customers' infrastructure. The idea is for it to be Kubernetes native. It'll be a microservices deployment platform. We want to support different cloud versions, so AWS, Azure, GCP, or whatever else our customers want to be using. And the idea is that we support deployment of Java applications beyond Jakarta EE. Similarly, because we are offering this and we do realize there will be enterprise customers possibly using server as well as cloud, we will be providing observability on this new product as well. And in the meantime, we will continue to build out our platform as a service product. So we currently support Azure. We will be providing AWS regions first in beta in the early part of the year. We also have a hybrid solution where basically it is on our infrastructure in terms of billing and subscription, but you will be able to deploy to a customer managed region on Azure or AWS, which will be fully like a private cloud solution. So it is a bit of a hybrid that will be coming in 2025. And similarly, we'll be providing scale to zero capabilities there, as well as Quarkus application deployment, which we're quite near completing already.
Well, do we just go straight to doing it? So, Louise,
Yes.
thank you so much. I guess our day is super busy, and yes, my name is
No
not
problem.
Samantha
I've almost
Carter.
finished. I've almost finished. So that's fine. No problem. That was the last slide anyway.
Okay, great. Okay, so it's great timing. So everyone knows I'm not Samantha. I'm just playing Samantha today. And I do want to thank everyone for their time. And it is fabulous to see the leaders in the technology implementing and in some cases just supporting Jakarta EE, some of the members. So I will thank you once again for participating. I hope to see you next year again. And we're moving on with the program. If there are any questions, people do know where to find you. And let me go back to studio and see who is our next speaker. Thank you again.
3,
Thanks.
2. Okay, that was a great presentation. That was a great presentation from our industry keynote speakers, and so maybe we can talk about what are you doing, Ivar? Those are not cables.
I'm just finding my charger.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That's a pink blush.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Ivar?
Yeah. So Jakarta EE can be used for everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's an inspiring way of using the bag for sure.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of swag, we have a video about the swag that we created. So let's have a look.
right, so the next talk is about Jakarta EE core profile on virtual threads, and we're sending it over to Daniel Keck.
Hi. Welcome to my talk about the Jakarta EE core profile on virtual threads. I hope I'm online. So let's start. I will introduce myself first. My name is Daniel Katz. I work as a Helidon developer at Oracle. You can find me on the usual social networks. Well, the coolest one lately is the Blue Sky. So that's where I am residing the most lately. What we will be talking about, I prepared a little agenda so you don't get lost in all those thoughts. We will introduce the Helidon because I do Helidon, so you should know what it actually is. Then we will take a look at the Jakarta EE compatibility of our Helidon. We will take a look at motivation for using virtual threads, again in Helidon. What we did in the past where we didn't have the virtual threads, or not so long ago in the past. We will do a quick introduction to the virtual threads, take a look at some cool tricks they are doing behind the scenes and why they are so cool. And we will look at how we use the virtual threads in Helidon 4. That's why we are here, how we are actually powering all those cool Jakarta EE APIs in Helidon. And if we have a time at the end, we'll take a look at this Achilles heel of the virtual threads and what to do with it. I hope I will get there. So we better start with the Helidon introduction, of course. So what is the Helidon? Helidon is a microservice framework. That's a little general, and actually the fastest and best way how to explain what the Helidon is that our main competitor is a Spring Boot. So we are a web server built to play really, really nice with Kubernetes. We are completely open source. All the source code of Helidon is available at GitHub, even though that we are backed by the Oracle. Unlike Spring Boot, Helidon keeps the number of third-party dependencies as low as possible. It's kind of comes from the corporate environment the core developers of Helidon are coming from, because we know that this is very important for the corporate users, as getting the approval for third-party libraries are usually being very complicated. And you don't really want to download half of the universe just to do a hello world. Right, so that's the Helidon. We do provide 3 default ways of packaging Helidon applications out of the box. The simplest one and the first one is a thin jar. It's a very small application jar just with your business logic. There is nothing else, just your code accompanied with a lib folder for all the dependencies, even the Helidon ones. So everything is in the lib folder. Whoever did any C programming before, he probably know this model. So this is how by default is Helidon being packaged. This allows really nice Docker image layering. That's really cool because you can orchestrate in your Docker image the layers with the lib folder and with all the dependencies and your business jar in a way that when you do some small changes in your business code, you don't have to push over the network into the remote Docker repository, the whole thing again, like you would have to with the fat jar, but you can push just the layer with your business code or with the libraries you have changed. So this is really cool for actual Docker deployments. The next one, that's even cooler one, is a J-Link image. J-Link image is that allows creating a minimalistic, custom-tailored Java runtime just for your application. So you kind of pack together the JDK or Java runtime with your application, and you don't need anything else. On your resulting Docker container, you don't need any additional JDK to run it. It will be everything nicely packed together. It understands the JPMS modules and does a tree shaking, so you can lose the parts of the JDK you don't really need. And of course, all Helidon modules are JPMS modules. We are very JPMS friendly, so it fits really nicely together. With JLink image and Helidon, I have tried to create a number for you. So I did this small hello world in Helidon and created a JLink image out of it, and I got 74% size reduction. That's really cool number to have on slide, right? So that was, for example, in my case, that was 339 megabytes. Together, it was 335 of the JDK plus 4 megabytes of the application, and it resulted in the image, JLink image size of 88 megabytes. So out of it, like around 60 megabytes was the JDK because of the tree shaking, the 4 megabytes was the application, and 23 megabytes was the CDS, that's the class data sharing file, which consists of some really cool optimizations you can do and make the startup of your Java application or Helidon application way faster, because the JLink really nicely fits together with the Leiden project. So if you are using latest JDKs, you can even do you can even pre-start and snapshot some preheated version of your application in this class data sharing file, and then start already preheated application out of it. So this is really cool. You can start quickly, and that's something that counts in the microservice environment. And the third one is even cooler. That's the GraalVM native image. You can create a native binary with super fast startup time. Again, this is ahead of time, so the compilation can take a little longer, but you get again a native binary which can be standalone in your Docker container, and it doesn't need any additional JDK to run. It has a more advanced tree shaking, which does not depend on the JPMS modules, so you get even better size reduction. So with my hello world, again, I try to give you a number. So I have achieved the 88% size reduction, which was again 339 megabytes, from which 335 was the JDK again, and 4 megabytes was application, and I achieved the image size of 41 megabytes. Nothing else you need in your Docker container, just this binary, and you can just run it and it starts immediately. It's really cool. All those options are easy to use with containers, and that's what we are targeting with Helidon. We have two flavors of Helidon. We have Helidon SE. That's not that interesting for all the Jakarta enthusiasts out there. It's a micro framework. There are no specified APIs, it's our own custom ones, and there is no magic, no injection. It's pure performance. You get it together with builders and lambdas, and you have all the wrenches and tweaks which you can turn on and off and tune your performance as best as you can. But it's for more senior developers who are not afraid to play with their stuff a little more. They of course need to invest more time into such tuning. Then we have second layer, which is Helidon MP, and that's very interesting for any Jakarta enthusiasts out there, and that's because it implements the MicroProfile. It's annotation driven. It implements Jakarta EE specifications like RESTful web services, the CDI and JPA and wait more, and it's very easy to use. Helidon MP uses Helidon SE under the hood, so you don't lose all that cool stuff. It's just hidden, so you don't have to really concentrate on. You can concentrate on your business code, and all that magic is done for you with the cool Jakarta APIs. We can compare it here. On the left, we have Helidon SE. That's the builder-like pattern with Lambda when we are doing very simple HTTP GET hello world resource with on the left with the SE flavor, on the right with the MP flavor. You can, I say resource, the Spring developer would say controller, of course. You can see that both sides are doing the same thing. On the right side, you can recognize that it's actually JaxRS, the RESTful web service from Jakarta EE spec. So you can take your JaxRS resource from your old WebLogic application and run it in Helidon, and it will be very easy to actually port such business code to Helidon because of all the specifications keeping the stuff compliant. And of course, Helidon integrates really well with WebLogic. That's because we are already the core of the Helidon developers are employed by Oracle. So we have certified integrations with WebLogic servers, so you can integrate, with WebLogic server cluster, and you can do some environments when both Helidon and WebLogic are running. You can integrate over JMS, over REST, good old-fashioned SOAP. You can use the OpenID Connect with the single sign-on thing, and the token will flow over Helidon microservices and over WebLogic cluster, and it will all work nicely with the IDCS. You can also do distributed transactions between Helidon microservices and WebLogic cluster. You can use LRA for that, or XA with our micro TX coordinator. But that's for another talk. That we will be here for hours. It's cool stuff. You may have already heard the big news that Helidon 4 is certified as Jakarta EE core compatible runtime. So let's take a look at it. It doesn't mean that Helidon is some kind of a newbie within Jakarta EE ecosystem. Yes, previous versions were not certified as Jakarta compliant, but as you can see in this little timeline I have prepared here, since the release of the Helidon 1 at the beginning of the 2019, the Helidon MP implemented all the necessary specifications under the MicroProfile umbrella, including the Java EE in Helidon 1, and later Jakarta EE APIs in Helidon 2 and 3. Luckily, until recently, there was no direct intersection between the Jakarta EE specifications we consider as practical for microservice development and certifiable Jakarta profile. But Helidon has always been a standard-based microservice runtime, and that's no random coincidence. Helidon core team in Oracle actually consists of many seasoned committers to various Jakarta EE implementations. Just to list some of the implementations from my colleagues, there is a Toppling and Eclipse link for JP8, Moxie for JaxB, Jersey for RESTful web services. There is Jason for JSONB, Metro for JaxWS, JSON-BRI for JSONB, the Parson for JSONP, Tyrus for WebSocket, HK2 for dependency injection, and many, many others. With Helidon 4 MP and Jakarta 10, Helidon fully covers all the specs practical for microservice development, plus it partially covers others for the very same reason. But still, the Jakarta web profile, we already had like the subset of the large Jakarta EE platform was still too wide for us. We really didn't want to do servlets and faces and managed beans and stuff like that. But we we would still have all the goodies we needed, even not being certified for the whole profile, yet not be able to claim the Jakarta compliance. But with Jakarta 10, a new, slimmer, and for microservice development, more practical profile came, and it was a core profile. A Jakarta profile specifically created for the bare minimum needed for microservice development. That's something we really, really like. So from already smaller web profile, which was still too wide for Helidon, just a few essential specs were cut out as a Jakarta EE10 core profile. Profile tailored specifically for microservice development, as it seems to us at least. You can notice that CDI has been split to CDI and CDI Lite, a more build time friendly subset of the CDI spec there, but otherwise it's just a subset. And MicroProfile 6 took it on pretty fast and moved from the dependency on the several Jakarta EE specs to a single Jakarta EE core profile, therefore aligning with Jakarta. And this is simplifying the situation to all the runtimes and libraries for microservice development. Situation is much more understandable for our users, and the relationship between Jakarta EE and MicroProfile is clear. Again, we can compare how Helidon 3 implemented several standalone Jakarta EE specs to be MicroProfile 5 compliant. This was a little complicated to grasp and explain, because even creation of this slide required extra effort to check which specs are required and belongs where. So you have to be really careful what the MicroProfile, which version depends on which version, and so on. With Helidon 4, which is doing the same while being Jakarta EE10 core profile compatible, explaining the MicroProfile Jakarta EE situation is very, very obvious. The Jakarta EE core profile making a base platform for other MicroProfile specs, that's very easy to understand and very easy to explain to our users and customers. It is still very similar to the previous situation though. As you can see, we are just implementing newer versions of all those separate Jakarta specs as we did before. But the relationship between all those things is really clearly defined and better. This time, we can proudly say that we are Jakarta EE compatible runtime. Because of the new Jakarta EE core profile and MicroProfile 6 alignment with Jakarta EE10, the whole concept gets way simpler to understand for our users and even for us as the developers. And that's not something that comes really cheap, right? It's an assurance for our users that their Helidon MP-based application won't be bound by a vendor lock. It will be easy to maintain and upgradable to new versions of Helidon. And if someone doubts that, we can simply send them to check that Helidon is a Jakarta EE core compatible runtime, because we are just listed on the Jakarta EE compatibility list, which is cool. And our users have really clear assurances again, not only from us, but from the whole great Jakarta EE community this time, that their business code won't get old that fast as it could in any vendor-locked runtime, as their developers don't have to be a single runtime specialists, and support for the APIs they are using will be much wider than it could ever be from any single vendor. So now we covered how we are Jakarta compliant. That's something I'm proud of. And now we should talk about motivation, why to run Jakarta EE applications on a virtual thread, because that is what we do for you in Helidon. We optimize concurrency. So let's take a look how and why. So the main problem we do solve in Helidon when you use the Helidon as a web server, the concurrency behind the scene is always very high. The users need to be able to call other systems from handlers we provide, like database, messaging, HTTP calls, and etc. Helidon server needs to respond really fast. So we are working hard for our users to save as much CPU cycles and memory as possible by utilizing resources as effectively as possible. And why is that optimization so important? Well, it's a cloud age now. Your managers can directly see how effective or costly your applications are. Less pods for the same amount of work means less money you need to pay for your cloud provider. And Helidon gives you a great head start with that. At least that's what we are doing all the day. So the servers in general are dealing with some really heavy concurrency. The JVM specification doesn't actually state how Java thread should be mapped to operating system thread. Thanks to Ondro, he already talked about it in a few talks before. And so far, the Java thread was just a wrapper around the kernel thread, mapped one-to-one. It worked perfectly, but it was just a wrapper. But starting the kernel thread is very expensive. It's done by the actual system call. Every kernel thread created by JVM needs megabytes of memory. Again, Ondro already showed that in his talk, so it's really cool. We are kind of can explain it together. And the context switching is expensive, and it gets even more expensive with more threads already started. More threads you start, the more expensive is the bookkeeping of all that context switching. What have we done about it so far? We have been using threads pools, right? We have been reusing threads. We didn't start them too often. We didn't start too many of them. We have got used to thread pooling. That's how WebLogic done that for quite some time now. And also we have been avoiding blocking the thread. That also can help us to avoid the context switching, obviously, by keeping the threads really busy all the time, organizing the tasks for them in such a way that no blocking is really needed. So kind of taking on ourselves all the work that normally the operating system scheduler would have to do. Instead, we would have to do it in our business code. Not really nice, right? And all that's just to minimize the context switches. And how we have been doing that? With reactive programming. You like reactive programming? Let's take a look at it. Reactive programming is a way how to avoid blocking, thus avoiding the context switches, and that's the performance gain we get from that. The code needs to be asynchronous. Don't let your thread wait for something, continue to work on something else. Response or result will come by callback on someone else's thread. That means that instead of blocking, you just provide callback function. But by ditching blocking, we have lost natural back pressure. The thing when you block and your code just don't move forward, so you can't really receive or send something else, right? We can't control how much data comes back on those callbacks. The callbacks are executed on different threads by someone else. No one is waiting on anything. The order of execution is, well, there is no order, and all those price conditions are just waiting to happen. But luckily, we have reactive streams operators for callback orchestration. Reactive operators are implementation of reactive streams API. That is a set of APIs for orchestration of callbacks with built-in back pressure mechanism. That's how we are solving the back pressure issue. It is an attempt to bring order to the callback hell by a set of very, very strict rules. And is even part of the JDK since Java 9. You can find it in Java util concurrent package in a flow class. But while those interfaces seem to be fairly simple, the specification rules are really ridiculously complicated. They are so complicated that when you try to implement the interfaces yourself, the IntelliJ actually warns you off. Don't implement it yourself. At least this is the screenshot from my IntelliJ from some time ago. Instead of implementing it yourself, it's probably better to use one of those already existing libraries providing reactive primitives with operators implementing reactive streams API. there is like the most famous one, the Eric's Java from David Carnonk and a bunch of Netflix guys. There is Reactor, done also by David Carnonk and Oleg Dokuka and other very clever people. There is Akka Streams, the service talk from Apple. We do have in Helidon our own operators, also contributed by David Carnonk, and there is Mutiny from, you can note that from Quarkus, from Red Hat. They have little different builder-like API. It's kind of interesting API. So there is a lot of implementations out there. You don't have to implement it. You can just straightforward use it to orchestrate it somehow. Now that we have established that reactive operators help with this complexity of asynchronous code, how many of you do actually like it? You know, the working with the reactive operators. It's confusing at the start. It doesn't get really better. It's still a trap. The reactive programming has a steep, very steep learning curve. It's a maintenance nightmare. The debugging is really, really hard. The stack traces are practically useless, and blocking or obstructing code needs to be offloaded to extra threads anyway. Otherwise, terrible things are bound to happen. Just imagine that you will be trying to explain your reactive code base to some junior developer who has just joined your company. That's a task which is mission impossible, right? And don't remember, reactive APIs are viral. Once you use them, you have to propagate it further to avoid bogging. So it spreads through your code base just like the real virus. It's once you get it there, it will be very hard to get rid of it. Luckily, there is something better, virtual threads. In September 2023, with Java 21 release, the JEP 444 delivered Project Loom. And Project Loom, among others, brings the virtual threads. Now you can choose if you want to use platform threads or virtual ones. Blocking operations don't cause expensive context switches. We can have a huge number of virtual threads, and it's cheap. The stack traces make sense again, and naive imperative programming, which you know so well from the Jakarta API, is safe and performant again. It's on par with the reactive programming. If the reactive programming is done right, it usually isn't, so you are usually faster with virtual threads anyway. The virtual threads have the same effect for avoiding the context switches. It's like reactive programming has, but it doesn't pollute your code anymore. It happens behind the scenes. Before somebody asks, there is usually 1 or 2 questions like that. We had something very similar in Java before. It was called green threads. Those were also user threads working on top of but working on top of a single physical thread. Back then, the computers had usually a single CPU, so there was exception on Solaris JDK, but that's a different story. But it was replaced eventually by OS thread abstraction to allow the real multi-threading instead of multiplexing, because that was what the green threads were doing. It was just multiplexing over a single thread. It was simulating parallelism. It wasn't the real one. The virtual threads, on the other hand, always use multiple physical threads as a carriers. So you can squeeze power from all your cores in your computer. And this is really, really powerful. It's also more complicated for implementation, right? But that's not their problem. Unpark of the virtual thread actually schedules continuation to be run by one of the carrier threads. The scheduler here is actually a for-join pool. Again, thank you, Ondro, he already mentioned that. And thank you, Doug Lee, for giving us a for-join pool, because Doug Lee obviously saw already when we have been ditching the green threads from Java that we will have something else than just the physical thread abstraction. Those are continuations under the hood. For example, let's see how thread sleep actually yields and park continuations. So let's look inside this Java-lang thread class. Everybody knows that. And notice how sleep method does something else for virtual threads since Java 21. If you inspect the virtual thread sleep nanos method, and follow the rabbit a little deeper down the hole into the Park Nanos, you are going to find yield continuation. So here we are. Those are continuations in Java. What is actually happening when continuation yields? The continuation is unmounted from the carrier thread, so it can serve another virtual thread again. The carrier thread needs to, always working. It cannot stop, otherwise it would be rescheduled by the operating system scheduler, and we want to avoid that, right? So this time it's done for us by the virtual thread runtime. Normally, when this context switch is managed by the scheduler over physical thread, the whole large thread stack needs to be moved around, and that, as we know, could be pretty expensive. There are those megabytes of data you need to move around the registers, and that's really expensive. And if you have more threads, it's even worse. With virtual thread scheduler, it is done a little differently. It's called freezing and towing. When continuation is unmounted, the continuation part of the stack is being saved for later. The process is called freezing. When continuation is mounted back on the carrier thread, its stack is being copied on top of the carrier thread stack. The process is called towing. As you can see already, we are moving around only the part of the stack which relates to the virtual thread. We are not moving the whole stack of the whole thread from the depth of the JDK, right? We can try to demonstrate the stack manipulation with this small server example I have prepared for you. When virtual thread gets blocked in the read socket method, there is this endless loop I have here, which just always get blocked on the read socket method until the data arrives on the socket. It's the usual case, and we are just being blocked until the data are available. So you can see here the virtual thread 999, which I'm trying to make it look like there is thousands of them on this carrier thread 1, that the stack I have left visible only the part which is interesting for us. That's the virtual part of the virtual thread ones. And you can see that when we are hitting the yield continuation method, continuation part of the stack is freezed. Oh, the animation works, cool. So now we have we have saved it for later when we need to mount the virtual thread back on the carrier thread again. When our continuation gets mounted again, it's not the whole stack is copied back. There's another optimization here, but just a few frames with a return barrier. So we have moved only the part of the stack which belongs to the virtual thread, and we will be moving back even shorter part of it, like this. The return barrier is laser substitution which guards the return address of the read socket method. So when the return barrier is reached, more frames will be loaded lazily in my animation. And now you can see that we have another frame available. And this way, we can actually rotate in this endless loop, moving around only this sensible part of the stack, not all of it, just the part which is really interesting for this endless loop. That's because the virtual thread scheduler actually knows way more about the context, what is happening in the JDK than the operating system scheduler. We just know if it's Java runtime or some binary. It just works with the system threads and moving them around. So it cannot really differentiate which part of the stacks are relevant or not. But the scheduler we have now in the JDK, it actually can. Tricks like that make virtual threads so effective. And this is not the only one. There is way more of them. Oh, I have more animation, sorry. There is way more of them. There are other super cool tricks like the frames which are being frozen for a longer time, goes under the comprimation process that that it doesn't take so much memory and stuff like that. It's really cool. And if you want to know more, you can learn that from more clever people than I am. Like from this video, you can find it on YouTube. It's called Continuations Under the Covers. It's from Ron Pressler's talk on JVM Language Summit, and he's explaining the tricks like that there, and it's really way better explained than from me. But I try to give you some notion why are virtual threads so cool. It's not just, you know, that it somehow works. There's a lot of cool things happening under the sheets that you don't need to know about, but that makes them so fast. Now we can take a look how Helidon 4 puts the virtual threads into the action under all those cool Jakarta APIs. So what we did in Helidon 4, well, we got rid of all the reactive stuff from web server. We got rid of Netty, the well-known and very powerful library for working reactively with sockets, or asynchronously, that's a better term, with sockets in Java. We have created a brand new web server, fine-tuned for virtual threads from socket up, all the way up to your Jakarta RESTful handler. The removal of Netty allowed us to get rid of all the reactive APIs in the process. Our brand new web server with secret code name Nima is clean, really fast, and optimized for virtual threads from ground up. This is actually very important because just doing the retrofitting wouldn't really work for us, as all those optimizations we have done so far would be with different contention we get with the virtual threads would actually be working against us. You can see here on this slide how Helidon MP APIs did not change at all. Just Helidon SE APIs are imperative and blocking code is embraced in Helidon 4. The imperative Jakarta RESTful APIs didn't change at all. The CDI bean is still the same. It's very same, sorry. And now we will take a look at the Helidon 4 SE. There is actually a difference because we have been switching from the reactive API to the imperative one. Here you can see the comparison between Helidon 3 and Helidon 4. On the left, there is reactive API. This is very simple. HTTP GET method handler, which calls another HTTP client, some other endpoint, and when it gets the response, it does some business code. In this case, it's just doing the uppercase, and it sends the response asynchronously from the callback, of course, because it cannot be blocking anywhere. You can see all those callbacks here. If you would try to debug this, you will be jumping, you know, from there to there because those callbacks are certainly not being invoked in the order you would expect. And you have to actually understand reactive streams really well to know how to debug this thing, right? On the right side of the slide, there is Helidon 4, the imperative API we now have for Helidon SE. And as you can see, it does the same thing. It's just blocking until it gets response from the, this time, blocking client, HTTP client. So if you will debug this, you will be actually debugging from up to down, jumping from line to line. When it's blocking until it gets the response. So on the getString method, you will be standing with the debugger until you get the response. So it's easy to debug. It's easy to reason about it. It will be very easy to explain it to that junior developer who just joined your company. It's way easier than the one on the left side, right? Again, Helidon MP has Helidon SE under the hood. So you get all the goodies in the MP version 2. And as you can see, here is the comparison of Helidon 3 MP and Helidon 4 MP. This is the RESTful API, Jakarta RESTful API here. So you can see it is very same. It's the same. The imperative Jakarta RESTful APIs didn't change at all. And that is the beauty of the Jakarta EE specification not falling for this reactive hype in the last years. Your business code based on Jaxares can switch to virtual thread-based server without the hassle. The Helidon MP was always imperative, and it will be even more. Now you just get way faster with no change really needed. There is no reactive layer anymore. This is very important to point out, so I have another slide for it here. And when we say that we use the virtual threads, there is no offloading, there is no retrofitting. It is the virtual thread per request in a web server built specifically to work best with virtual threads. Also, as we are optimized for Java sockets with virtual threads, we get faster and faster each time new release of Java arrives. And as a bonus, we got rid of a lot of security issues coming from Netty. Now we can create our own, right? So what we did differently in Helidon. Our web server is built and tuned specifically for virtual threads. You can't turn off the virtual threads in Helidon. It's not hacked in, and it just won't even work with the physical threads anymore. Work with sockets is specifically tuned for the virtual threads. That is like very important part of all the work we did. We have worked on that in close collaboration with Loom developers. We don't support virtual threads by offloading to them from physical thread workers. And we didn't just retrofit it existing worker pools. That just doesn't work, as that contention in the web server is quite different now, and all the optimizations are suddenly working against you. Web server replacement brought significant simplification of our code base. That's really cool for us, the developer of the Helidon. The virtual threads are not just an abstraction layer. We use them for the whole story. The blocking API is not just a nice facade. It's the virtual threads are used from the very bottom up in Helidon. This way, you get performance on par with reactive runtimes, with easy to use blocking APIs powered by simple and pragmatic runtime. And now we have time, that's cool. So we can take a look at the Achilles heel of the virtual threads, the pinning. Everyone heard about the pinning, it's super scary, right? So we will take a look at it, what it is and what it does. There is a known issue with virtual threads when the carrier thread gets blocked together with the virtual thread. This can happen, for example, when Java synchronize is used for blocking, or when locking is done behind the JNI interface. There is some mutex lock somewhere in the native library you are using, and it will just lock. It will just block your carrier thread. As you can see on this really cool picture I have created for several hours, what's happening is that that one carrier thread that the work pool of your scheduler uses is not available anymore to all those unscheduled virtual threads. So there is less resources to use. You are wasting this physical thread. It will probably trigger the operating system scheduler. There will be more context switching, and so on. So again, usual suspect is synchronize. It's not always harmful. Short-lived memory operations are not harmful at all. If, for example, if you take a look at the concurrent hash map, there is synchronize in it, and it works really well with virtual threads. It just needs to fit under those default 20 milliseconds, which is the difference between pinning and not pinning. That's so it's not always a bad thing. In case of the pinning, the carrier thread pool compensates by spinning additional carrier threads. So this leads to performance degradation, but it still works. It doesn't stop working. It's just you will get slower. The reentrant locks don't cause the pinning. Those are virtual thread friendly. So let's take this really simple example. We will do simple sleep in a synchronized block. As we already discovered a few slides back, the sleep is actually yielding continuation on virtual thread. But this time we will synchronize it, so it will get blocked before the sleep is even reached. So it couldn't yield, and because synchronize doesn't yield, that's a problem, right? There is no alternative logic available for it. So we have two options how to detect the pinning here. Notice that we are sleeping for more than 20 milliseconds. That's important. So the first option for pinning detection is with JDK trace pin threads system property. you can see exactly where the pinning happened on the printing stack trace. You can see it's on the line 8 in the mine.java class. You can set the property to short value that will print just the problematic frames and so on. But this approach is not really recommended for use with Helidon, at least not by us. Printing to the system out with this type of contention can be quite problematic, and we've seen some ugly issues with that. I think the worst ones are already fixed, but still you don't want to print into the system out. The better option to detect pinning is with Java Flight Recorder event, that the JDK virtual thread pinned event. It is very easy to use, again, as it is enabled by default for operations that takes longer than 20 milliseconds. That's the default threshold when we consider blocking of the carrier thread as a pinning. We can enable it explicitly in our example here on the slide, and dump the JFR recording to file to inspect it later. In the recording, we can find the same information about where the pinning crime is being committed. So it's very same. But again, it doesn't always help. The fixing the implementation, obvious help could be fixing the implementation to be more virtual thread friendly, therefore replacing the synchronize, offloading to the physical thread. That's like universal solution for legacy libraries, for JNI usages with those mutexes we cannot really work with, or for some heavy CPU usage where virtual threads are not really that effective.
Daniel, we're actually out of time, but this was a phenomenal presentation. Thank you so much.
So I will just move here. Synchronize is fixed in Java 24, and you can try it out later. It's still better than reactive, and I hope you liked my presentation. Thank you.
So our 6th year of Jakarta EE, how cool is that?
Yeah, that's cool. Super exciting, actually.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this year edition. So what are we going to do this year?
So what did we do last year?
Well, we did the Jakarta EE gingerbread cookies.
Don't you remember?
Oh yeah, right.
That reminds me of a gingerbread cookie.
It's a gingerbread cookie.
It is a gingerbread cookie.
So what are we going to do with the gingerbread cookie?
We probably need to go even bigger this year.
No.
We do. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh my goodness. So what do you have in mind? I was thinking just filming it something inside the house and kind of...
So the theme this year is Jakarta EE nature, so we should probably do something natural.
Yeah, definitely. We have to go outside, and I'm thinking we probably need a chainsaw for this.
What? Chainsaw? No way.
Well, so if you want to go outside, it's cold in December, so we should just dress appropriately.
Yeah, we do.
Let's start with that. How about?
Yeah, let's start with finding some proper wear.
Okay, sounds good. So I think something Canadian, something woods, something checker type of wardrobe. What do you think?
Lumberjack. That's where the chainsaw comes in.
No, not chainsaw. That's not kids friendly. We're filming a kids friendly videos.
Okay, so if I can't have a chainsaw, can I at least have a bulldozer?
Well, we'll think about that. We have to find one.
Do like a thumbs
I'm
up.
ready.
Okay, so we're all ready to go. Let's put this stuff in the car.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Hey, where's Ivor?
Where is Ivor? What are you doing?
I'll run. I'll beat you to it.
Let's
Oh my
see.
goodness,
Let's go, Tanya. Look what I have. That was a long drive ago. I'm already tired. What? What? Ivor? What are you doing here? How are you already here? And look at him, he's matching.
I told you I'll beat you to it. You know, you have to run with Jakarta EE.
Oh my God, that's unbelievable. You're a Superman.
Yeah, do something.
Let's start.
So Shabnam, how is Jakarta EE working group supported even?
Well, Jakarta is supported by more than 30 member organizations, including some of the biggest names in the tech industry.
Oh, that's
Do you know
amazing.
that?
Yeah. So we have different levels of memberships?
Yes, so we have strategic members, we have enterprise members, and participant members.
And we have
The guest members, right?
guest members. Yeah, we have a couple of jugs, couple of universities. Crazy. Then we'll add one by one. Hey, Ivor, let's talk about 11. I think people ought to know what's going on with the release 11.
Yeah, so it's right around the corner, hopefully. Core Profile is coming this week or maybe next week.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good things happening in 11. We add a new specification, for example.
Yeah.
We add Jakarta Data, which
Yes.
is very exciting. It's pretty cool for us to have that specification in. There are lots of updates in the other specifications. We support Java 21 and virtual threads.
Which is quite amazing, and community was really looking forward for us to pick up the latest Java features.
Yeah, and it opens up for higher performance.
Yeah.
And with the data giving us ease of development, we have the developer productivity as well.
Very good. So maybe we should say to our community that all component specifications are completed. And they were completed quite some time ago, right?
Yeah, they were actually done in late May.
Yes.
So it's been available, and all of them are released. They're available in Maven Central. There are implementations available that are being picked up. So there is no need to wait for the platform to be done to actually use these technologies.
That's amazing. So what is holding us back? I think we should explain that as well. Which is not really a true holdback. Like, it's a really, really amazing work that our testing team is doing. So do you want to elaborate that?
Yes, it's we're refactoring the TCK, modernizing the technologies, so it will be easier to onboard new developers later. And this work has proven to be a little bit more extensive than we thought it would be. So that's kind of where we were at. We're just rewriting the tests to newer technologies to build for a better future.
Yes.
And as soon as they're done, we will get 11 out the door.
So we're not really looking at this as a delay necessarily of the release. It's quite progressive release in terms of modernizing. But it is true that we're going to deliver the platform and web profile a little bit later than we expected.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it is a delay, but it's not a bad delay in that sense. We're doing some good stuff.
Nice. Okay, let's do some more
Let's
raking.
get to it.
Okay, kids, that's enough.
Yeah. Let's go back.
Let's go back. So, Shabnam, I am totally exhausted out of all this work.
I know.
So let's just chat a little bit more about our most successful program. I think compatible implementations is one of the most successful programs around Jakarta EE.
True. Our ecosystem is growing in terms of our compatible products and implementations. So I think now we have 30% more versus last year compatible implementations, right?
Wow. And do you know the numbers by any chance?
Well, I think, don't quote me on that, but I think we have 49 platform and we have 22 web profiles and 7 core profiles, if I'm not mistaken.
7 core profiles, and we have Jakarta EE released just 2 years ago. I think that's pretty remarkable.
It's very impressive, right?
Oh, this makes me so much more energized. Like as soon as we start about talking about our success,
I know.
we're energized right away. So let's rake some more.
And where is Ivar? Is he still raking?
There he is!
Resting
Resting over there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but while we're doing that, why don't you tell us about the survey that we did this year?
Oh, yeah, actually we launched the 6th annual survey, developer survey this year. And, you know, community members can download the full version over our website. But I think one of the most interesting key takeaways was that our adoption of Jakarta EE 10 has doubled from 17% to 34%. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
That's very impressive.
Yes, and it's a good signal that the organizations are adopting the latest version of Jakarta EE.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, the full survey is available.
Yeah, that's great. I'll go download it right away.
Okay, good.
Look, we're so creative. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Back it up, Ivar, back it up, back it up.
Guys, I loved our time in the woods. It was so much fun building the Jakarta EU logo. And tiring as well.
It
Yes,
was.
for sure.
All that raking for that
All
logo.
that raking. So what should we do next year?
Well, let's ask the community. Put it in the comment section below. What theme would you like to see for next year? Well, I added some options in our polls in the Crowdcast platform, but just to give you some ideas, we can do Jakarta sushi rolls, pancake stack, donut delight, logo in everyday objects, but give us some ideas. We want to hear from you. What do you guys think?
How about Jakarta EE in space?
Oh my
I mean,
God.
rockets would be fun.
Oh my goodness.
Every time.
We should start thinking about astronaut costumes.
Oh my
I
God,
would
you
love that.
guys.
That would be so much fun. Okay. So getting a little bit more serious here with Gigi, of course, who is making sure we're on time. I'd like to introduce Ottavio Santana and Nathan Roll. And they will be talking about harnessing Jakarta data for domain-driven design in enterprise Java. Let's take it away.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, good night. Super happy to be here at JakartaOne Livestream to share more about the specifications, to talk about how we can help you to make your life easier when you talk about the persistence layer inside any Java enterprise application. Remember, doesn't matter if you're using Quarkus, Halidon, and so on. If you are using Jakarta, or if you're using any of those Java enterprise frameworks, you are using Jakarta EE. So I'm super glad to be here with Nathan, who will speak with me. He's also excellent from IBM and spec lead of this specification as well. And our goal today is naturally introduce Jakarta Data that was released in June. Remember, that is part of Jakarta EE 11 version. And naturally, mention that we do have multiple vendors working with Jakarta Data right now. So you can choose mainly between relational database and NoSQL database with those vendors. And to start, we don't have a huge effort to make it. So basically what you need to do is a single interface, the provider, and it's done. So you define your entity that we're going to show in the next slide. As you can see here, we do have a couple of annotations. And the beauty of the specification is you can use either Jakarta Persistence or Jakarta NoSQL. And based on that, you can, on that situation, connect with the database using the repository terminology. If you are familiar with, for example, Spring Data or Quarkus Data or Halidon Data, it's a pretty same idea. So we have the operation through some interface that we call repository, and our class that contains our data that we call entities. So it has an ID. This way, if you are familiar with domain-driven design as well, you can implement the same idea with Jakarta Data. Okay, so just to exemplify, we do have two components basically on Jakarta Data. One is our entity, another one is our repository. And with those, you can connect with the persistence or relational database, Jakarta Persistency, former JPA, and Jakarta NoSQL to connect with NoSQL database. So you can use either way to make your life easier when you talk about persistence layer. And let's talk more about the core. So probably you are familiar with both of the technology. You can define your repository using a single annotation, repository annotation. And based on that, you can do like a magic. So you can inject your repository and to be ready for action. You can do two ways. One way is to define with basic repository, or you can define your annotations actions to make it possible. Okay, so Nathan is showing a little bit how to inject the repository, as you can see. And we do have two ways. So slide number 10. So the first one is naturally if you want something already done for you. So you can use, for example, the CRUD repository, Bix repository that contains several database operations to make your life easier. This way you don't need to spend enough time or waste time to check the methods. Or if you want to define it methods, actions you're gonna use, you can have the operation through annotation operations. So this way you can define insert to insert some data, update to update some data, and so on. So return to the basic operation. As you can see here, you can see a couple of operations. Basically, we do have our people interface that extends basic repository. Just doing that, you can see a couple of operations that you get for free. So the provider, you'll be in charge to implement all of those operations. Next slide, please. So based on that, on this CRUD operation, you can also have beyond the basic operation, right? You can insert, update, insert all, and update all. Basically, you can have the CRUD operations inside your repository as well. And as user, you don't need to do anything else. So you have this interface, you inject this interface, and do multiple database operations. Hey, Otavio, what are going to change between SQL and NoSQL? Only the annotations. So with relational database, you're going to use Jakarta Persistence NT, for example. And with NoSQL, you're going to use Jakarta NoSQL NT, for example. So you have these two ways to make your life easier. And then, Nathan, how about you show the audience a little bit more about the repository methods and the life cycles?
Sure. So yeah, thanks, Otavio, for showing us all the things you can do in Jakarta Data with basically without writing any of your own, composing any of your own repository methods. You get all of those for free. You don't have to use them. You can. If you would like to write your own, you probably will. This next section will go through a variety of patterns that are available, which you can intermix and whatnot. And there's even a few other ones that aren't in here, but these are the core ones here. So lifecycle methods is one of the core patterns that you have. You got a lot of this through CRUD repository. You got a lot of it through basic repository, which you don't have to use. So if you're not using those, you'll find these very useful. You can use insert, update, delete, and save annotations on methods and follow a pattern that says they have to take an entity parameter. And those are considered lifecycle operations on repositories. So those have special meaning. We'll go through, well, I should point out that save, if you're wondering what that means, it means update if it is present and otherwise insert. So I just mentioned the parameter for these lifecycle operations. They must accept a single parameter, and that single parameter must be one of these three things. It must be either a single entity, like the unwanted vehicle in the scrap method, the delete annotation, or it could be a list of entities, as in the save operation, that second example, or it could be an array, and varargs is perfectly fine and encouraged, an array of entities, such as in the modify method at the bottom. So let's look at the return types then of lifecycle methods. You have two options. You can either have them return void, very simple. If you don't need a result, oftentimes you won't. Or you can return a result that matches the parameter type, and there you have the most complicated example that you have an array matching a varargs array. Why would you want to get back entities when you already passed in entities? Well, there's some good reasons for that. You won't always want it, but in some cases you have an entity model that allows for automatically generating an ID or automatically incrementing a version. And so you have mutations that are being made as a result of the operation. If you want that information back, you might like the entity as the return value. And so that's how you get it. At the bottom, we note that delete methods will always return void. You don't return deleted entities. So what else do we want to talk about with lifecycle methods? Update and delete, and also the save part or the update part of the save. In these cases, you're passing in an entity, and the entity reflects somewhat what you would like to do, right? You would like to delete an entity with a particular ID and version, or you want to update an entity with a particular ID and version. And if you're updating it, the rest of that state may not match or won't match because you're wanting to change it, and that's fine. So what you're looking at when you want a successful update or delete to go through is for the ID and version to match. All right, so let's look at another type of method. Since we're looking at annotative defined ones, let's look at find and another type of delete method. So in this case, we can define a method based on its parameters. So its parameters can tell us what to do. And we have one way of identifying what a parameter maps to is with another annotation, a by annotation. And don't worry about these hard-coded strings. We'll show you how to get rid of those later. So you can identify different entity attributes with the by annotation, and then find those things or delete those things, depending on which annotation you chose. You can name the method whatever you like, and so forth. So one thing I will call out here is that a limitation in version 1 is that we only have equality for, for the type of restriction that's happening. But we're looking into more in 1.1. And we'll talk about that later. So we can make this more concise. If you're willing to turn on the dash parameters compile option and name the method parameters the same as the attribute names, then you don't need to use the by annotation. Much more concise. And then, you can, what if you want to do some sorting of your results? You can add in order by annotation as well. So there's an example of that. Order first by price, and then if price is the same, then order it by VIN. These are, a bunch of these examples are vehicles, and so forth. Let's take a look at a third pattern. So a third pattern that does not involve annotations at all and is there offering a degree of compatibility with existing solutions that are out there in the industry is the query by method name pattern. So you were able to do this in Jakarta Data. And if you look at the example there, find by make and model and price between. And you can see the parameters corresponding to the order of what things are talked about in the method name. And the spec is going to need to define, of course, how that gets interpreted. You can look at it in English and think you know what it means, but it's one thing to do that and another thing to actually compose it. So here we go. Method names under query by method name must begin with one of these prefixes. They don't have an annotation on them. They're just prefixes. And you have find, delete, count, and exists, and you have a special form of find that finds the first number or the first one if you didn't put a number on of entities. What can you do after the prefix? After the prefix, you can optionally, and you probably will want to, include a by keyword that then allows you to add one or more restrictions. So the first bullet and the square bullet there talk about what a single restriction would look like. It is an entity attribute name. It is an optional ignore case indicator, an optional not indicator, and an optional restriction that lets you do something other than equality. And so this example here, you can see you have count, the prefix, by name, the entity attribute. We did decide to ignore case, and we did not decide to negate it, so we did not put not in there. And then we have a restriction, which is like, which takes a pattern. So the second bullet there on the bottom, what if you have multiple, you can delimit them with and or keywords. So in this case, you have exists by name not null, and name ignore case not starts with. All right, so then let's look at what else you can do in query by method name is if you have a find method, you could optionally include an order by, and there's a pattern for that, order by an entity attribute name, or if you want to put multiple in there, then you can delimit them with ascending and descending keywords, as in the bottom example. Or you could choose to use the order by annotation, because these do get kind of long. All right, so then a fourth pattern, which is an advanced pattern, is say that I would like a lot of flexibility and I want to write a query. And that query, you can see how to do that here. There's an annotation for it. And you can see a query written there, and we'll have to explain what that query means. It looks a little bit like JPQL. It maybe is JPQL. when you look at Jakarta Persistence 3.2, and we'll be talking about that in a little bit. So let's talk about the query language here. So Jakarta Data defines the Jakarta Data query language. And very importantly, we did not want another query language in Jakarta. So Jakarta Data is a subset of Jakarta Persistence query language. So, and some things were added to Jakarta Persistence query language and optimized there specifically to allow this. So you have, if you can write it in Jakarta Data query language, it's also valid JPQL. So what do we have there? We have basic select, update, and delete statements like the examples there. And then some positional parameters and some name parameters. And we'll talk about those in other slides, so I'm not going to go through them yet. All right, time for positional parameters. You can see those here. You have a question 2 and question 1, which are pointing to the first and second parameters of the method. You have name parameters, and name parameters need a name. One way to do that is with a @param annotation, identifying the name parameter name, as you can see there. Another way to do that, the concise form, you probably guessed from what we talked about before, if you were willing to turn on the -parameters compile option and name those parameters the same thing, then we'll figure out that that's what they are, and you don't need the @param. All right, so then let's think about some other query languages. So every Jakarta data provider needs to support JDQL, but they could extend it, and we expect that that probably will happen because Jakarta data providers backed by Jakarta Persistence may decide to allow more of JPQL or even all of JPQL, or they may even have their own vendor-specific extensions or query languages, and they're welcome to do that. All right, so let's move on then to what else I can do to a parameter, to a repository method. What can I put on there for parameters? So we're going to talk about a couple of different types of special parameters. So your normal parameters are they were passed in for your query, right? They did something, or they were a lifecycle method, you passed in an entity. Well, these are special types. So if you want sorting and you want that sorting to be defined dynamically by the repository user instead of the repository writer, then you can allow a sort, which is singular, or an order, which allows sorting on multiple to be passed in. Let's take a look at sort being used here. We have a find method that matches a make and model of vehicle and lets you sort it by one thing. In this case, the example they've chosen to do a sort descending on price. In the next example, we are doing a multiple. So we allowed an order to come in, and you do order.by, and then you can pass in as many sorts as you like. Sorting by the first one, the price first, and then if those matched, then by the second one. All right, so now that we can sort stuff, maybe we're interested in limiting the number of results. So if we have a find operation again, and all these special parameters are applying to find operations, maybe we want to limit those results. So an easy way to do that is with limit. In this case, limit of 10. You could also do a limit of range for that. But an even more advanced, or not advanced, a more flexible pattern is to split your data up into pages. So if you think about a book of, lines or something, well, your data could just be pages. You could flip back and forth and so on. So how do you do that? You do it with a page request. And this is a repository method that a repository method parameter that lets you ask for a page size. Generally, all your pages will have that size. It's a maximum, except for maybe the last. And if you're using cursor-based, maybe the first. That's a little bit advanced, though. We'll talk about those in a little bit. And the page number you wanted defaulting to 1, right? And the mode defaulting to offset. And we'll talk about that briefly. And then whether to be able to obtain a total count of pages and results. So what do you need to have for pagination to work is you need to have the results to be ordered consistently, right? Easiest way to do that is order them based on their unique identifier. If you want to order them something else, that's fine, but make sure it's unique. And again, easy way to do that, if your stuff wasn't unique, like the price, well, add in the unique identifier after that, right? There's lots of ways to order things. That was an example of doing so dynamically, right, with order and sort. You could use the order by annotation. If you're using that pattern, if you're using query by method name, you could put it in there. If you're using a query, you could put it there, all right? So then let's talk very briefly, let's see how much time we have left here, about offset-based pagination, which is the type of pagination you're probably going to be the most familiar with, and it's relative to an offset of the first result. So you go through this example, said, page 1, size 10, so you got the first 10 results, and then you went to the next page and you got the results 11 through 20. And yeah, very straightforward. But what would happen if I were to be on page 1 and I deleted a few of my results or changed them incompatibly so they don't match the query anymore? And then I went to the next page. Then the next page would be returning positionally 11 through 20, even though it used to be 11 and 12, even though for those couple that I deleted are no longer on that page and now should be on the first page, and I'll never see them. So I can scroll through results if I was trying to go from one end to the other. If it was important to me to see every result, offset-based pagination might not be the best thing to do. There's also some performance reasons for that. So what could change that was if I queried for the next page of results relative to the position of the last result in the previous page. We can do that with cursor-based pagination. Mainly this looks the same. You're seeing, in the previous slide, you saw it return a page. Now you see it return a cursor page. And that's all that you see different in the signature. What you need, what you can do is the user, you can still request an offset page as your first page. And you see that happening here. So page of size 10, that was perfectly reasonable to return that for my cursor page. And I could get a page based on a cursor just by doing next page request, and it will be based on a cursor, and I don't need to do anything. It just looks the same. But what if I wanted to query based relative to a cursor position that I just know, right? Or I found out some other way. Well, here's an example of that. I can construct a cursor, and to construct a cursor, I need to know some information about what it is that I need a cursor for, right? I need, it's based on the sort criteria. So the sort criteria and the order of the sort criteria are price first, then VIN. You can see that in the example here. And so your cursor is the price, the most recently one, the last one you observed and the last VIN you observed. And so it's relative to whatever comes after that. So you constructed that cursor. Now that you have the cursor, you can say page request of size 10 after cursor, sending in that cursor, and that's what you'll get, the next 10. All right, so I promised you that we'd show you how to get rid of some of those strings that are in our examples. So static meta model, its whole purpose, or its original purpose, and it has some more purposes too, was to avoid hard-coded strings in both the definition of repositories and in their usage. And those two things are both important. So we'll show where it helps in both of those cases. Static meta model classes typically generated, we have one per entity class, but it's also possible to write them manually. You don't have to use them. This is all optional, right? And then I'm calling out in the bottom here, if something is a static meta model class, in addition to its convention of starting with, we'll talk about that in the next slide, it also has an annotation at static meta model. So typically it's an interface, could be any Java class actually, but it really only needs to be an interface. It typically starts with an underscore and then has the entity name after that. That's a convention. So here as an example, you can see it providing constants for entity attribute names, such as product price, and you sent that into an order by, or in the last case, for constants for an entity attributes itself, from which you can do interesting things, like get a descending sort, or an ascending sort, or some other things, and especially more that we'll add in the future. So if we look at these attribute types then that you can get off the meta model, there's three kinds. Attribute is a very basic entity attribute that's not sortable. It's probably like an embeddable or byte array, something like that. Sortable attribute would let you get an ascending and descending sort off of it, and a text attribute will let you get sorting too, but you could also do case insensitive sorting if you want it. So you can see in the bottom there, product name, ascending, ignore case. So here's an example static meta model class. We have one for the product entity. So we're calling it underscore products. It has the constants for ID, name, and price. I think we used this example earlier in the presentation. And then it has three attributes also corresponding to those. And this, could have been generated there. So when do you want the string constants? So in the current spec, right, you want them to pass to things like at order by or at buy, right? When do you want the attribute constants? Typically when constructing dynamic sort criteria. And in the future, they're going to be really useful when we get to restrictions. So here's an example usage. I could then do, I don't have to hard code any strings here, find ordering by product price, ordering by product ID, and then searching for things that are named by the product name equals that. Example usage in an application, then I'm looking at using those fields, ordering something by descending price, name ascending, ignoring case, and the product ID ascending. All right, so why don't we, if we have time here, and I think we do, let's jump out of this and let's have a look at an example that we can actually run. So we've been using vehicle in there. So here you have a vehicle entity, has an ID, VIN, and I added a few things more than what we were looking at it there, but it has the price and all that sort of stuff. Static meta model might look like this. Again, you have text attribute, sortable attribute, and whatnot. You could define a repository for that. And this repository decided to inherit from basic repository. So it got, you know, save and delete. It didn't have an insert, so I added one of those, and it's right here. So adding a new vehicle. Here's a query by method name method that has order by separated out. The method name is already getting kind of long. Here's a parameter-based query that is searching by, I've chosen not to use dash parameters because I wanted to name this thing manufacturer instead of make. So that's fine to do that. It will let me send some page request into there and let me choose the order dynamically. And then there's a query on the bottom as well, sending a price, and I'm doing that with a query. So let's see an example of using this. This is a, you know, injecting the thing here. Injecting is the repository is called vehicles. And I'm, you know, taking in, since I'm going to invoke this out of a browser, a make model and which page number I want. And we'll run a query based on that. So here we've accepted these things. It's just JaxRS stuff. And I'm constructing a page request of whatever page number it told me to be. And I'm hard coding and want it to be size 10. And I'm going to specify the sort criteria being that the price shall be descending, and if they happen to have the same price, I'll order by the VIN. And then I'm going to run a search. So let's hope this works. That was the first page that was already loaded. Good, it's still running. Glad it didn't crash while I was presenting this. There's page 2. There's page 3. You know, if we'd like to, we can go back to page 1, or maybe we want to even choose a different entity. These are actually different. I think that's one that exists. Yep. So you've got nice car models that I changed the first letter of and changed the manufacturer of to Jakarta. So we're not plagiarizing anything. Let's change something. So, you know, maybe we don't want 10 results in a page. Maybe I want 12. Right, there you go. Maybe I'd rather order by something other than the price. So maybe I would rather order by, let's copy that. What do you think? Odometer reading or the model year? Let's do the model year. And we'll make it be descending. Save that off, see if it works. So you could see that before I didn't run it yet. You could see the price descending only and the model year not descending because it didn't do it yet. Now I'm going to run it. And now you can see it's descending. And when they're the same, then it's ordered by price next, right? So that's exactly what I wanted to happen with that criteria. All right, let's go back to our presentation. And I'll let Otavio, would you like to cover the Jakarta EE interop section?
Yes. So it would be great. But before, there is one comment from Jard about it seems Spring repos a lot. Yes. The main point here was more about use as inspiration. So there's no fight between Jakarta Data and Spring. So mainly because if you check the Spring repository, they're using Jakarta specification a lot. About simple queries, I guess Nathan right now could show more about the power of the specification, as you can see. So you have two types of pagination, one by cursor, another one by offset. You can use define annotation to define the parameters. You can use JBoss as well, or Jakarta Data query language. And finally, you can use the find by operations, where you can find the conventions or the terminology inside the method. So, but if you feel that is not enough, that's amazing because it is open source. You can go and open issues, key feedbacks about the specification, and explain how you see that on your points, right? So about interceptors, that's the great of using CDI as a glue. So you can include several points that include the transactional for relational database. NoSQL database brings something pretty similar with the graph database, right? So you can handle transaction. Here, naturally, is more about relational database, right, Nathan? And my favorite topic here, one thing that I love is make sure when I insert something, my data is valid. And the beauty of Jakarta specification is you can do integration with another Jakarta specifications that include, for example, the valid annotation, where you can use this one to validate before going to the database. And
oh, sorry, you have more to say?
no, go ahead. So introduce more the future of the Jakarta.
Yeah, so next we're going to look at possible directions for the future. I have 2 slides of this. And these are just some things that are currently being considered. There's no promise that any of this will actually go in and that we won't add other stuff. But these are some things that we are looking at. So restrictions, life cycle events, and we'll just go through them separately. Let's move on to the next slide. There we go. So the first thing that we're considering, and this is nice that we also talked about the static meta model, is that here's something else we could do with the static meta model that is quite useful, is that we could let the user, the repository user, have a ton of flexibility to compose how they want the query to work just based on the static meta model. So you have the attributes, in this case, the vehicle price, its miles, the year it was made, things like that. And the meta model itself then could give you restriction operations. We define this restriction class. You can get it on the meta model. And you can supply that as a special parameter type to a method if your repository writer decides to let you. And so you can see in that first example, you're allowing a single restriction to go through, which is, in this case, they're using they're using the between restriction and supplying two numbers there that they want the price to be between. And then using the meta model again for a descending sort, which you can already do. And then with restrictions, the way we're looking at it at the moment is that you could create a composite restriction. And so we restrict all, and then pass in as many as you like. We also have ones for or as well as and type of operation. But in this case, they want all of these to be the case. The price must be less than this. The miles must be between this and this. And the year must be bigger than or equal to 2018. So all of that, the repository user can then specify. They can do that in a very type safe way. And they can do that largely without actually knowing what's available, because they discover it off the static meta model. So you know your own attributes of your entities. You can easily find them off of the meta model, and then you can find what to do with them. So we like that idea. Lifecycle events is another thing we're looking at to tie into CDI. And this would be like publishing events on pre and post of certain lifecycle operations being insert, update, and delete. All right, so then, another thing we're thinking about is we need a way to let you ask for a subset of results. So here's some ways we might do that. That we're thinking about. One way might be to let you supply a parameter to the find, optionally supply a parameter to the find annotation, which could tell you the entity attribute that you want to find in which case you can return just that attribute instead of the whole entity for a single one. If you want multiple, one way to do that might be a record. And maybe the record, if you might have an optimization on this too, where you're already using dash parameters, right? Type of thing, although you don't actually need that for records. Or you happen to have the names match up, but if the names don't match up, then maybe we'll let you push, supply multiple entity attributes into the find. So those are some ideas there. Another area we're looking at is, well, you can already use the asynchronous interceptor on a repository method because you could put any interceptor on a repository method. As Ottavio was saying, those are required to be, operate as if they were put onto the bean itself. And so you could already do that with asynchronous if it returns void. That would already work. But asynchronous is more useful if it were to return completable future in completion stage. So if we allowed that as a return type for repository methods, then it could be used with concurrency asynchronous. And then some other things that we're looking into is, well, the find annotation is limited in that it currently, we talked about this a little, way back on that slide, where we said it only compares equality, which is useful in some cases, but in other cases you just need more. You need to make other types of comparisons. And so how could we do that? And this particular option is one thing that we're thinking about that would let the repository writer enforce that. So if you want to be able to write a method, name it appropriately towards what you're trying to enforce, one way to do that would be with an is annotation, enumerated values that go in there. You can easily discover them because they're enumerated. And you have one place to find out all those restrictions that are available. And it can be defined then at, at repository definition time by the repository writer. Another direction we could go with that, which doesn't necessarily, they're not mutually exclusive or anything, is what if we wanted to give the repository user more ways to define restrictions dynamically? Now they could do this with restriction, but this is sort of a middle approach where the repository author defines which parameter types they can do it on, but not what they can do with it. And the repository user then defines dynamically what they can do with it. So in this case, it would involve introducing a number of special parameter types, which would be things like pattern or range. And those would essentially indicate restrictions, but they're flexible restrictions because the pattern might be a like pattern, or it might be a starts with pattern. A range might be a less than range, or it might be a bound range, an exclusive, whatever, min max and all those sorts of things. Lots of things you can do with it. And I realize I forgot to show the examples on the other slide. So you had in that case the example with, I'll just continue on with this one. So and then we'll jump back. In this case, you're writing a repository method that, and I think we have a library, and maybe in this case, of books. So here are books due within a particular range. You can write a method like that. You can write a method books about, and then let them supply a pattern, and the user can then decide if they wanted the overdue books. Then they would think about that. How do I want to use a range to get overdue books? Well, that would be range before, right? Whereas in the other pattern that was kind of done for you, it was already defined that it was a less than. The semantics of that method are you pass in the date that you wanted to do before, because that's what it did. So there's some similarities, some differences. They're really addressing different use cases. And then that was actually it for the future looking items that we were going to talk about here. So let's move on to questions. I think we have about 5 minutes left for questions. So timing worked out perfectly.
Yeah, so let's see if we do have any more questions. The main goal here is to say that it is open source and community driven approach. So if you have some ideas, some suggestions, just go to the GitHub, open issue, comment on the pull request that you opened. So it's totally open to join us. We do have twice meetings in the month. So I get the second and the third Wednesday monthly, right, Nathan? I always forget
I
this
think
time.
it's actually first and third.
Yeah, first and third. Thank you.
The calendar, if
Wednesday.
you go to the Git project, you can see the calendar on there. It'll show when the meetings are, what to join, how to join them. And, or if you prefer to interact by opening issues, please do. We'd welcome the feedback and all the wonderful ideas that you have.
Okay. If there's no questions.
Thanks to Tavio and Nathan for the great presentation on Jakarta Data. For those of you who couldn't join earlier, don't worry, we're going to upload the videos on our YouTube channel as well as our JakartaOne Livestream website later.
Yeah, once we will need a couple of days to kind of prepare all the recordings, so they will appear on the website. Yeah.
So now let's talk about contributions and community, because Jakarta EE is all about community, right?
Yeah, so the community and contributions are actually essence of the Jakarta EE progress. And since this whole effort is actually community driven and vendor neutral, we really wouldn't be able to exist without individual contributions and of course member support. So
so speaking of contributions and the community, let's hear directly from some of our community members how they got involved in Jakarta EE and where they started from.
Yeah.
Let's know.
Oh, that's a good question. I do remember first contribution. That probably was not the first, but I think it was a template for a website that I was using for my own personal blog. But probably the most relevant one, I would say, it was a contribution to Eclipse Collections, which is part of Eclipse Foundation. So that was much later, but that was probably a bit more substantial thing. It was still a small thing. It was fun.
My first contribution to open source dates really back. It was probably year 2000, and we got interested at the time in the enterprise technologies that Sun was putting out, namely the enterprise Java. And at the time I was working for Hewlett-Packard. We were exploring these. We needed a way to try these technologies in open source AGB container, and we discovered JBoss at the time. And the time that we discovered it, JBoss was kind of functional but had many parts that were not implemented yet. And so I started looking at it more, started contributing to the JBoss project. And that's how I started.
I absolutely vividly remember it, yes. My first open source contribution, if you want to call it that, actually was a issue I created in the EJB 3.1 specification. For those of you in the know, basically it's an open standard. Technically speaking, it's not really open source, but essentially all the EJB 3.1 work was done in an open source way. And in other words, all the issue trackers and everything else, the reference implementation is really all open source. So it actually counts as open source, although its first contribution, if you will, is really open standards.
Sure. My first contribution was as a marketing manager with IBM. I joined the Jakarta EE marketing committee, and my first contribution was to the marketing plan for, must have been 2018.
Oh, my first contribution to open source. Yeah, that was like a Swing component, so a UI component for Java, and I was like curious to know how open source worked, and based on that I started to create a component and posted it online without knowing what I'm really doing here.
Right, so my first contribution to open source, I think if we count GitHub contribution, it was possibly around 5 years ago, and it was MicroProfile. So it was part of the cleaning up the GitHub issues. So I don't have technical background, so I'm not a technical person, so I would not contribute code. But as part of the MicroProfile committee or community, I managed to contribute some of my time to help with GitHub issues. But I've been contributing to open source through various marketing activities and just advocating for Jakarta EE and MicroProfile.
So the first one, the website thing, I just needed to solve a problem that I had, and then I thought that it might be nice to actually give it back to the community. But with Eclipse Collections was that I really wanted to support them, so I did that.
Well, we were writing a book on EJB. It was a EJB 3.0 book back then, and the author and I, my co-author and I, obviously talked about the technology as we were writing the book, and we sort of thought, hey, these are some great ideas, that we're coming up with, discussing. And we know that EJB 3.1 was going on at the moment, so we said, why not just go and document these features and say, hey, these are the features we'd like to see in a future spec. And in fact, some of the things that we entered, in fact, I believe the one that I entered, my very first open source contribution, actually wound up being included in the EJB 3.1 release. So, little fun fact.
I'm very passionate about Java. One of the first languages I ever learned as a developer. In this role of marketing manager, I wanted to be able to contribute to evolution of Java into Jakarta EE, make sure that the role that IBM plays in the Java world and now with Jakarta EE is shown to the industry and make the most of the opportunity to really grow the community.
Yeah, as said, so I wanted to learn new stuff. I think I wanted to learn about, maybe it was SVN, that was quite new then, and Google had an open SVN for Google Project. There you were able to create your own repositories, kind of like open source repositories, and I just created a repository there with some Swing components and created a blog and wrote a blog post about it. That was like my first contribution, actually. Yeah.
As I am a community builder at Payara, I am very passionate about Jakarta EE, and one of the things that I do pretty much day to day is contributing to advocating about Jakarta EE and teaching and educating about the technology, both to developers, engineers, but also other marketers in the industry.
I think I have to blame the people involved in Jakarta EE that kind of dragged me into the whole thing. It's Ivar and the others involved there, so that through them we kind of slightly started getting more and more. There was this thing called MicroProfile, and then there was Jakarta EE involvement, and there was quite a few things between that. I started doing talks about that, writing blogs, and all this kind of stuff. So it started gradually, but it kind of escalated quickly.
Well, I've been involved in Java EE for forever and a day. So I was involved in Java E6, Java E7, Java E8. So frankly, I was intrinsically involved in the transition process from the JCPE as Java EE into Eclipse Foundation as Jakarta EE. So it's almost difficult to answer, when exactly, perhaps from day 0 or day -1 from what we know as Jakarta EE today. After a few years later, of course.
Strangely enough, I was brought into the developer marketing organization within IBM, and one of our focus areas was Java, and Jakarta EE was really taking off in terms of the evolution. And I was asked if I would take the lead in the marketing committee from an IBM perspective, and I was happy to do that.
So I'm getting involved into that before it became Jakarta EE, actually, because I was part of expert groups in the JCP, in the Java community process, and one group I worked on was Java Bean validation, and that was then later part of Java EE that transferred to Eclipse, becoming Jakarta EE, and Java Bean validation, where I worked on, is Jakarta Bean validation now. So I started to be part of it before it moved actually to Eclipse. Yeah.
So my involvement in Jakarta EE started pretty much at the very beginning of Jakarta EE. Again, as part of Payara team, we were involved from the very beginning, and we are now members of the Eclipse Foundation, and I am part of the Jakarta EE marketing committee. So I do work a lot with other members of Jakarta EE and Jakarta EE committee and Eclipse Foundation. And yes, it is something that is really important for Payara, because obviously our Payara platform is compatible with Jakarta EE, so we want as many Java developers to be aware of benefits of Jakarta EE, and as many of them adopting the technology so they can also use Payara platform.
I would say that is not even specific for Jakarta EE, that is for all the open source projects coming from Eclipse or other foundations to get in touch with the community. For Jakarta EE, there are open calendars like Google Calendars where you can subscribe to their community meetings that you can just join and listen. So the easiest thing you can do is just join those meetings and listen. And there are special community meetings where you can go to and say like, oh yeah, I would like to contribute, I have no idea what to do. So those are the right places to be. And then how a contribution can look like depends on what you're interested in, right? You can contribute by doing a talk about Jakarta EE, doing TikTok videos about Jakarta EE, or contributing to documentation or even spec. So there are a lot of possibilities, but the first thing always is to get in touch with the community, with the ecosystem, and for that those meetings are perfect.
I think the best way to start your contributions is obviously visiting the Jakarta EE website. There's a lot of information there on how to contribute. There's also a nice little video on the website that literally tells you all the steps on how to contribute. I was actually talking about this earlier at the OCX conference, so you can rewatch my presentation. I talk a lot about starting a contribution, but I think is at the end of the day is finding the project that you are really passionate about, or maybe project that you are already involved in, that you are already using. Check the GitHub page for that project, see any guidelines there, and check the issues and see if you can contribute in any way through the GitHub issues.
Start small. Start very small and do one little thing, get a taste of it, enjoy it, do another thing, make it a little bit bigger, maybe if you want to, and enjoy it, and then keep going. And at some point you'll be doing a lot of great stuff, just even without knowing it.
So there's many different ways you can contribute. The most obvious one is, if you want to call it a contribution or not, it's an open question, but simply writing a blog entry about, let's say, Jakarta 11 features, or deciding to do a talk about why Jakarta is interesting versus some other technology. That is a contribution of sorts, and in fact it is an important contribution. Above and beyond that, if you want to contribute to the standards themselves, basically the answer that I gave you before about my own initial contribution, that is a good clue of how to get started. So there is very easy to find a list of specifications that is in Jakarta EE. You can find out what the corresponding GitHub issue, GitHub repository is, and there's a bunch of GitHub issues there. Some of them will hopefully have a getting started tag or help wanted tag on it, so contributing towards that is an easy way to contribute. Another easy way to contribute, which I also did back then in the V31 days, is simply contributing sort of to the discussion, contributing opinions, contributing maybe either clarifying or supporting somebody else's idea. And the way you do that is through a mailing list. So each project, again, just like it has a GitHub issue tracker, also has a corresponding mailing list. So you can get on the mailing list, and as simple as send an email to that mailing list.
I would start with simply getting to know what Jakarta EE is all about. There are many different aspects to the way the technology is evolving, and if you get to learn about what Jakarta EE is, all the different aspects of it, and then apply it in your own work environment, either as a developer and just seeing what capabilities you can make use of with Jakarta EE, or as in my case a marketer, finding out how you can contribute either articles or blogs, or go to events like this where you can really tell other people about the value of Jakarta EE.
Interesting discussions with community members, but do let us know in the comment section if you have any questions about the process to get involved with Jakarta EE. But Tanya, does the contribution have to be only to code or specifications?
No, not at all. It really depends on your personal interest or one's personal interest and area of expertise. And basically it can be non-technical or technical contribution and participation. So you can really, from the technical perspective, you can look into if you're interested into doing the examples, or working on a implementation project, or working on the specification project. There are many ways to contribute in technical ways. There is a lot of ways to contribute in terms of the content. And in content, you can write white papers, blogs, articles, all sorts of things. And then finally, for all non-technical work, you can get involved in marketing activities, or you can simply retweet or repost, let me put it that way, repost anything related to Jakarta EE on any of the social medias and just amplify the message. If you get any work related to Jakarta EE done, we would encourage you to let us know, because we would love to hear from you and celebrate your involvement in Jakarta EE community. Also, in order to get involved with any way you choose, we would really encourage you to look into connecting with us and stay connected. As always, you can choose to have the starting point Jakarta.EE, our website, and choose from there stay connected page. You can sign up to the mailing list, whether it's community mailing list, working group mailing list. And finally, you will see there are various project mailing lists. So that's a fabulous way to get connected and looped into the area that you are particularly interested in, and then start working with us.
Yeah, for sure. We also have a video from Ivar that explains how you can find a project and contribute. So let's take a look.
Yeah, that's a good way if you're interested in technical work to find out how to do it. Thank you. Thanks for mentioning.
If you wonder how to navigate and find information about the Jakarta EE specifications, you have come to the right place. Centrally located on the Jakarta EE website, you find the specifications drop-down menu. By selecting Browse Specifications, you will find a list of all the Jakarta EE specifications. Notice that under the name of each specifications, you can find a link called Project. So what is the relationship between a project and a specification? Well, a Jakarta EE specification project can produce multiple specifications. For example, the Jakarta EE Platform project produces the specifications for Jakarta EE Platform, Jakarta EE Web Profile, and Jakarta EE Core Profile. If we look at one of these projects, for example, the Jakarta MVC project, and click on the project link, you can see that you find all the information you need about the project here. On the first page, you can find the previous releases as well as the planned upcoming releases. You can see who's involved in the project, and also the Developer Resources tab will show you the GitHub repositories for this project. And in the GitHub repositories, that's where the work is done. Here you can navigate the issues and look at the pull requests if there are any, and of course you can look at the code. So I hope you've now learned how you can navigate to find information about the project. To repeat, click the Browse Specifications on the Jakarta EE webpage, and then look at the project links.
That was quite useful.
Yes. Thanks, Ivar, and keep it up. We want more of these videos.
For sure, yeah, they're always helpful.
So it is actually interesting to see and hear from you where you're dialing from. Today, we're having Philip Kruger here with us, and he's dialing in and joining us as a speaker all the way from Australia. So it is fabulous to have speakers from all over the world. And today, Philip will be talking about writing queryable APIs with MicroProfile GraphQL. So take it away.
Okay, welcome to my talk about queryable APIs with GraphQL. Just quickly, my name is Philip. I work at Red Hat, and I mostly work on Quarkus and on MicroProfile and SmallRye, which is the implementation for MicroProfile. So our agenda for today, we're going to first explain our example just to set the scene or the context. Then we will look at a REST example, how this example is built in JakartaOne. This should describe the problem of over and under fetching. And then we will convert it to GraphQL to see how GraphQL solves this problem. And then we'll look a little bit more at GraphQL and what else we can do. And then we'll take some questions. So let's look at our example. So this example is like a gamification type system. So think of air miles or anything where you get rewarded for doing something. So in our example, we will have a person. So that is describing the actual entity that's taking part, the member or that's part of this membership. And then a score, which is this abstract concept which can score you based on things that you've done. You've flown from here to there, so you get X amount of miles or something like that. Right, so let's start off by looking at the REST example. So from a high level design for this example, we have a REST API for person that connects to a REST to a backend service, not a REST service, just a backend service that talks to a database. We also have a score REST API that talks to a score service. And in our example, the score service is actually a total separate system, and it saves onto a file. And then, of course, we have the models that goes with this. So modeling a person, a poger that models a person, and a poger that models a score, and the various other objects. The person object is actually quite big. And this is all based off a real life example that happened to me when I was working at an insurance company. Okay, so let's actually switch to looking at that example. So I already have an application running. It has a REST endpoint that you should be able to see here. And I'm injecting my backend service. And then I have a few methods. I can get all the people. I can get a specific person based on an ID. And you would also see, and I can add a person. And then you would also see annotations for OpenAPI. So what I also added to my application is MicroProfile OpenAPI. So what that allows me to do is if I go to localhost 8080, so I'm using Quarkus, and I can visit the dev UI, and inside the dev UI, I can see my Swagger UI. And because I added MicroProfile OpenAPI, I can see all the endpoints and I can test them. So as an example, we can test persons. So let's get people. So this should get all the people. And you can see it's quite a big response because there's quite a lot of fields on a person. So if you get all the people, it's quite a big response. In my case, I only have 10 people in a database. If I get a specific person, so let's get person 1, I get an error, which is weird because I just got all the people. Let's just try this. And okay, I should have done this before. So I'll continue while this runs in the background. So what you saw there was, if you look at the get persons, we got quite a lot of data back. Now, let's switch back here. So the problem that we want to show, and I'll show the underfetching in a bit, is this overfetching and underfetching. So overfetching means that I fetch way too much data. So in the person example, if I have building a mobile site and I only want the person's name and surname, I get a whole bunch of details back that I don't need. This goes over the wire to my, let's say, mobile phone or website, and then that browser or mobile phone needs to filter it out, so reduce the size on the client side. And overfetching means that that wasn't enough data. I now need to make a subsequent call to go fetch the score, as an example. And the worst is the combination of the two, like I want to show here. So let's see if I can get that example to work quickly. Okay, so while this is happening, I'm going to continue with GraphQL, and I'll come back to this just now. So what we want to do is we want to take this REST example and convert it into a GraphQL endpoint. So what I'll do is I'll just copy it and paste it in here, and we'll call it person GraphQL API. Okay, so let's start modifying this. So first of all, we don't need that. So we don't need to have a path, even though GraphQL is also based on HTTP, or can be based on HTTP. It only publishes under /GraphQL. So all I need to do here is add GraphQL API, like that. We still want to inject our backend service. Then to get data in GraphQL, it's called a query. So I will just say that this is a query, and similarly, get person will be a query. And I can add a description if I want to. So the difference here is that I don't have to add something to JakartaOne. So as an example, to JakartaOne, I have to add OpenAPI or Swagger to be able to create a schema document. With GraphQL, it's built in. Your endpoints automatically will create a schema. So this description is only for the schema. And I'll show the schema in a bit. Right, so this should already be enough that I can show. Let me just double check. I can take out this because there's no REST in here, but we still want to pass in the ID. And let's remove that. And okay, and then to create a post, we'll get to this in a bit. We can do a mutation. So anything where data changes, it's called a mutation in GraphQL. So if you look at CRUD operations, the create, update, and delete is all a mutation. Let's just see if my problem goes away. Okay, so let's get back to, so we now have a GraphQL API and a REST API. So, oh, sorry, I should have made this bigger. Yeah. This is really weird. Let me just quickly see. Do I have duplicates here somewhere? Okay. So we'll just quickly rebuild this application. Of course, you will have to believe me that this just worked half an hour ago. Okay, it looks better. All right. So let's just go back to the REST API and see if we can get a person by ID now. I still get this error. Okay, I'm not too sure why this happens. I can probably quickly fix it just by removing. It's something with addresses, so we can just actually we're not going to demo addresses, so I'll just actually remove it. And see if that solves the problem. Okay. And if it doesn't, we'll just move on. It doesn't. Okay. So anyway, it will do the same as get people, which is for some reason working. So let's look at our GraphQL API. So similar to Swagger UI in GraphQL, you get a GraphQL UI, which allows you to test your endpoint similarly to Swagger UI. So we'll start off by, okay, so let me first show you the schema. So you'll see that I have a built-in schema, as I said. So this is just documenting it nicely so that you can read it. But you can see I've got query, I've got a mutation. You can see all the types that's been declared. So there's person, and in person, I can see all the things declared. And because I have that inside, I also have insight here. So I can start my query and say, okay, let's get all the people. So similar to what we've done in JakartaOne. And the difference now is that I can say that I want only the names and the surname back for the people. And you can see that now my response is much smaller than in JakartaOne. Now with JakartaOne, if we go back there, after I got a person, I can then get an ID to get a specific score for that person. So, and now I can't get that. So let's actually just get it here. So let's say, for example, person 1, we want to get score. So I made a call to my person that for some reason gave me an error now. And then after I got all that data back, filtered it out, I can then use the ID number to get the score back. So then I get the score back. Right. So so we want to do the same for GraphQL, but as you can see here, there's no score yet. So I don't have a score field on people, and there's no score endpoint. So what we can do is we can go to the score REST API, and we can grab this and add this to our endpoint. So we'll add it here. And so we also inject the score backend, and then let's convert this one to GraphQL. The difference here is that I will not make this a query, because what we want to do is we want to say that if somebody asks for a person, they can also add the scores to that person. So we'll say if the source is a person, then add a field called scores onto person, which will return a list of scores. So here we can do person.id number. Okay. So if I go back here, I should now have a score field. Hold on. Yeah. So now I have a scores field, and now I can traverse further into the graph. So name and value. So now I've actually solved over and under fetching, because I can get the people, just what I want of people, which is name and surname, and I can add scores. And we can do the same for person. Hopefully this works, because otherwise my whole demo is going to be a problem. Yeah, so I'm not sure why the rest one doesn't work, but anyway, I can get one person and then I can just get exactly what I want. Right, so let's get back to the slides and okay, I'm going to skip this. So this was just quickly going through the history of GraphQL. It's developed by Facebook and open sourced. It's been around for quite a while, publicly since 2015, so nearly 10 years. It's just a specification, so it's hosted by the Linux Foundation. So what we've done is we took our REST design and we've replaced these two, the person and the score, with a person GraphQL API. Right, and then what we've done is if we compare REST, so what happens is a client will ask for a person, the server will go and grab the person, create the output and return that to the client. The client will have to filter out all the stuff that they don't want and then only use the things that they want. It then realizes it also needs score, so it has to make another call, get the score, get that back, filter out what they don't want, and then they have what they want to display. With GraphQL, I can exactly ask what I want. So I can say I want the names and the score names. The server will get the data and return it back to me, and I can display it. Right. So if we go back to our example of people, and we see that we get quite a lot of people. Now what happens is if I open my log file, let's actually clear it a bit. I'll redo that query. So if I do this, because there's 10 people in, you can see that I got all the people. And then for each score, for each person, I got their scores, which is not efficient because this is the n+1 problem, right? So to solve that, what you can do is you can say, let's pass in a list of people. Right, and we will return a list of scores. So now we can more efficiently do this. So I'll just grab something off here. And now I can get the scores for all the persons in one go. So this is called batching. So if I now redo that call, let's just clear the log a little bit. You will see that I got all the persons and then got the scores back for all of them. So this is called batching in GraphQL. Right. So what you can also do with a source field is add a field. Let me add it first and then I'll show you. So what we want to do is, so like I said, this is like a gamification. Let's say I've traveled on an airplane and I get miles. So as an added benefit, we want to also add the exchange rate for the place that you are flying to. So what we'll do is we'll inject a backend service called exchange rate. And now we want to add exchange rate to person call. But we want to pass in the currency of, why is that not importing currency code? Let's do this. It is there, so I'm not sure why I can't find it. Oh, because it's misspelled, that's why. And now I can say get currency code. So I'm not only saying that if somebody asks for a person, also allow them to ask for the exchange rate given a specific currency. So what that would do here is I should be able to say exchange rate, and now I can say against, let's say, USD, and I just want the rate back. Right, so now I get the exchange rate. We can probably make this person again, person ID 1. Right, and now I get the exchange rate back. Right, so next I want to show multiple requests or combined requests. So what you can do is you can actually ask for more than just one thing. So we can name a query. So I can say this is person 1. And we also want to get somebody that's traveling with you maybe. So let's call it person 2 and person 2. And there we only want to get their name and surname. So now I can get that back, right? So I got person 1 with their score and person 2 with just their name and surname. But these objects that I return doesn't have to be of the same type. So I can return different objects based on what I need. So let's add a new service. I'll just copy it in here. So what I've done is I copied this new GraphQL service in, and it will return the weather for a specific city. So we can say that you're traveling to the UK. We're going to show you the exchange rate against the pound, and we will show you the weather in London. So now let's remove person 2 and refresh my schema. Now I can ask for the weather, and I can say this is for London, and let's just get the current temperature back. So now person and weather is 2 separate GraphQL APIs, and I can get both of them back. So I have the weather. Right, so I can also then do something like this where I ask multiple weathers. So maybe it's a multi-city trip. Just see if I'm still... Yeah, actually, before we do that, let's explain one of the issues here is that at the moment, we get the person and the weather the weights for each other. So I first get the weather, and then once I got the weather, then I go get the person. And actually, they can be done concurrently. So what I can do is I can just change this to be returning a completion stage. Or if you are using Quarkus, this can also be a uni. And I can say that person can also become a completion stage. Completion stage. Person. And yeah, we'll just change it to this. So now I should be able to do those concurrently. So let's refresh here and clear the log a little bit. Yes, so now you can see that I'm getting the person and the weather, and then I get them back. So I'm now making concurrent calls to those. Now, it doesn't have to be just person and weather. Let's say it's a multi-city trip that I'm making. So I'm going to the UK and the US. So this should actually be Great Britain pound, and we can call it, this is the UK exchange rate. And we can actually take that out, and we can say this is London. And then I'm also going to go to the US. So I'll say US and exchange rate against the USD. And we also just want the rate back. And then I also want the weather for that. So let's say I'm going to New York. And New York. So now I should be able to get person and the two weathers concurrently. And then once I have person, I'm going to get the exchange rate. However, this should work. However, these two are still waiting for each other. So it first gets the one and then the second one. So you can also then make a source field be completion stage, or like I said, a uni if you're using Caucus. And I think this has a method that does it. Yeah. Something like that. So now we can do this. Yeah. So it got it back, and you'll see that the exchange rate is getting concurrently. So we can actually quickly recap that. So we started off with also showing collections, so you can get people, and then it gets the exchange rate for each person. So this highlights the N+1 problem. And for that, you can use batching. So what it will do is you will get people, and then you'll batch the source field and get the exchange rate for all the people with one call. You can also do multiple requests. So you can get a person, and then you can get the exchange rate, which is a source on person, but then you can also get the weather. And because these doesn't really have to wait for each other, except exchange rates waiting for person, you can do concurrent requests. So as an example, you can get the person, but concurrently get two weathers. And then once I have person, I can concurrently get all the exchange rates that we need for that person. Right, so what else can we do with GraphQL? We have 15 minutes, so I'll show some of this, and then if we run out of time, we'll just talk about the others. So let's start with mutations. So we've shown how you can get data. Let's change some data. So we already have a mutation on there. Yeah, so we have add person, and this is very similar to the add person that was on REST. It's just changed to mutation. So did I skip something? I just want to double check. Yeah, actually, before I show mutations, let me quickly show errors and partial responses. So let's see what happens if we get an error. I'll just make this a little bit smaller to highlight what we want to show. So let's get back to this call. I just want the exchange rate. Right, so first of all, if I ask for something that is not there, I will immediately get an error because we have a schema. So the client can validate the call against the schema. And even if I make this call, we'll get an error back, validation error. Right. So that's the first type of error. Now, let's assume the exchange rate service is down, and we'll just simulate that. And we will, let's say, exchange rate, we will throw, oh, actually just do a runtime exception for now. So we'll just say throw new runtime exception. and we'll say exchange system is down. Right. So what we'll do is we'll simulate that this backend service might be a total different service or a service on the internet or something. And if I run this now, I can still get person back because that system wasn't down. So that's called partial results. And then I got null for exchange rate with the detail in errors. It doesn't say exchange rate is down, it just says system error. And this is because it's a runtime exception. But if we throw a checked exception, so let's change this to that. So exchange rate not available is a checked exception. And now we should get the message in there. Now, this is all configurable in using MicroProfile config. You can configure what you see here because you might not want to leak all of this information. So what I've done in my config is that I've said just show all the fields just for demo purposes. But by default, you wouldn't see all of them because it's a security leak. But you can define which of these fields you want to see because this is quite handy in dev mode where you want to find where the error is and find the path and get the original exception and so on. But in prod, you wouldn't want that necessarily. And similarly, you can configure how a checked exceptions versus a non-checked exception handles it. So by default, runtime exceptions will hide the message like you've seen, and checked exceptions will show them, but you can configure this per exception if you want to. Right, so that's partial responses and errors. Let's quickly look at mutations. So we already have the mutation on here. We've added it when we converted from REST. And there's nothing really to it. You just add mutation. And now I can pass in a person. So let's create a person. So what I'll just copy off here. And so now I'll say that, yeah, so we called it add person. And for now, I'll just create a person with a name. But I'll ask back. So the same as what you can ask certain fields back for a query, you can do the same after you've mutated an object. And we'll ask things back that we haven't created yet. And you can see that the ID has been created because this is a new person that's been added. So once I have an ID, I can actually just do something like this. And that's add person. So this is actually not add person. That's why the previous example, we actually called it update or create person. But now I pass the rest of the information in. But the important part is I'm passing in the ID, so it will do an update. And now you can see that it's created all of that. So you can mutate data, and the same with delete. You can just pass in an ID and delete. Another interesting one, so that's mutations, is subscriptions. So let's look at subscriptions. So that's something that's quite unique to GraphQL, I think, is the fact that you can subscribe to a query. So what you can do is you can say, mark something as a subscription, return multi, and in our case, we'll have this object where every time that something mutates or something changes in the database, we get an event. Our backend system does that for us. So we will then stream this event down, right? So this should be enough. And what I want to do now is I want to start the subscription. So I'll then say that I want to subscribe to that event, the person database event that has a few fields on it, one of them being person. So I can get the event, so what has happened, and then let's say for now we just want the names back. And not save. I did not save. So it's now waiting for events to happen. So let's open a new one, and we'll just do it in here. So localhost. Dev UI and GraphQL UI. So what we'll do is we'll do that person one again. We'll create a new person just to change the data. This doesn't have to come from GraphQL. It could be something else, some other process that changes the person. So as soon as that happens, I get the event that a person has been added and the name was Philip. And similarly, if I update it, so we'll do the same as what we've done earlier. And that's called add person. Hold on. Cut and paste error. Add person. And now we get the update event. So this will just continue watching for changes on the server, and you will receive it until you stop the subscription. Right, so let's look at introspection next. We have some time left, yes. So the one thing that you get, as I said, built in is a schema with GraphQL. But the other interesting thing is that you can actually query the schema using GraphQL. So we can start off by saying that we want to, let's look at the schema. And we want to get all the types that's in the schema, and we want to get their name and their kind. And then we get that back. So, and you can see there's quite a few things that you can ask about that schema, or yeah, there's a few things that you can do with introspection. And that's also how this UI works. So the UI use introspection to allow you to get all the types to give you this code insight, right? So I'll probably just talk through some of the rest. Transformations and mappings allow you to transform. So I have another example on that where you can adapt data. So as an example, in your Java code, you might have your ID as an int, but you actually wanted a string in GraphQL, then you can add this to adapt it to a string. But you can also adapt an actual object using an adapter, so adapt with specific adapter. And then in your adapter, you can define how it maps from and to these objects. So now in Java, you have an address, but in GraphQL, you have a home object. So that's just transforming the actual data in GraphQL. Then clients, I'll just quickly mention. So GraphQL, we also have two clients. One is comparable to the JakartaOne client. So we call that the dynamic client, where you can just put in a query and get the response back. Or there's a type safe client where it's similar to MicroProfile REST client, where you code this interface and objects, and we'll do the mapping for you. Then we do some integrations. So we integrate with JSONB and Jackson. JSONB from the spec point of view, and Jackson and Quarkus we also support. So that includes the annotations. So as an example, these adapters or transformations, you can also use JSONB adapters. Security, I can probably quickly show. I know we've got 5 minutes left, but I'll quickly show security. So what we can do is we can go back here, or let's do it here first. So let's say we want to do a query, but we say that only a user is allowed to get the scores, right? So we'll do a roles allowed on user on the scores method. Now this won't work yet because we haven't added any security. So what we can do is quickly add OpenID Connect or OpenIDC. Why is it not coming up? OpenID. That's weird. Let's just add it here. So inside our POM, Caucus, OpenID Connect, right? So what this will do is it will now restart Caucus and it should add a keycloak for me using dev services and configure it with a user, two users, Bob and Alice, and a group called user. Right, so once that's started up, we can try it out. Keycloak is starting. So we'll do the same query. So we'll do person, let's say ID1, and names. And now we want the scores. And let's just do the name. And you can see that I got unauthorized for that. So what you can do in Caucus is we have a nice OpenID Connect. So I can get into my keycloak and why is that not working? And log in. I'll log in with Bob and Bob. And now, yeah, you can see the access token and you can see that Bob belongs to the group user. And then you will also see that we have a link here to both Swagger UI and GraphQL UI that will log me into this. So now it adds this authorization header. So if I make this call now I can get it back. So that's security. I think we're out of time. I think we need to get back to questions. Let's see if there were any questions. Oh, no questions in the chat. Yeah, I think we can then quickly just talk through this. So I've shown security. We also do context propagation. So especially when we do these concurrent requests where we return a uni or a multi or something like that, the context will still be propagated. You can use bean validation. So in your parameters, you can do bean validation. If it fails, you'll get partial responses back or errors depending on where in the query you are. It's integrated with metrics, so both small array and micrometer. It's integrated with tracing. And then another interesting thing is generics. You can use generics. And what I'll refer you to is this example of mine. Let me actually show it here. So if you go to this URL or that QR code, you will get to the example that I've shown, but it also has a whole bunch of other examples like the generics one or some other examples. I think my time is up. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Philip, for the great presentation. So let's talk about the highlights for Jakarta EE in terms of conferences this year. We had a strong presence at face-to-face events as compared to the past 2-3 years. We had the second Jakarta EE track at DevNexus with 10 talks. We had the first open community for Java at OCX with over 20 Java related talks. But what is your take, Ivar, on our event presence this year?
So I think it's been excellent. Like you said, teaming up with these events and being there with our own track. Both of them are very good example for how we can cooperate with the community to get good content on the conference. And as you mentioned, the Jakarta EE track at DevNexus was a success. We've done it twice, and we're doing it again. So next year we will be back at DevNexus with a Jakarta EE track. Some of the talks are already published on the website, and there are more coming soon.
Yes. And in addition to these larger scale face-to-face events, we also had a booth at several other conferences, JCon, JavaLand, DevVCN. So if you are attending any of these events next year, make sure to stop by at our booth and talk to us.
Yes, and at the booth, that's where you get the good swag.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, and in addition to being at booths and having Trackers conferences, we're also out there speaking at conferences. So we've been speaking at conferences all over the world this year, on all continents. We haven't been in Australia yet.
Oh yes.
But yeah, we are in most corners of the world speaking at conferences. And also, as you probably know, we do the run with Jakarta EE when we're out there.
That's a big thing, isn't
Yes,
it?
I have these great T-shirts I usually bring along, and if you want to have a run with me before the conference, then just...
That would be great.
Yeah.
But we also have a video of the Jakarta EE presence at the conferences, so let's take a look. So in addition to the face-to-face conferences, we also have JakartaOne Livestream events in specific languages throughout the year, which is an open invitation for community members to express interest in hosting these live streams in specific languages. But this year we had one in Chinese and one in Portuguese. Or if you want to join and be a part of our events, we also have the Jakarta Tech Talk webinar series. So make sure to submit a talk or present a talk.
Yeah, and to help you show you how to get involved in these JakartaOne live streams or attend or present a talk in the Tech Talks, we have created this short video for you.
I want to welcome you all to yet another JakartaOne Livestream conference.
中创中间件基础中间件产品的研发，我是从08
Hier
年
auf der Cloud rennt im Phantasialand das Publikum und auch
originalmente Java E nació como Java 2 Enterprise Edition.
ですね、このイベントを始める前にあたってですね、少し、皆様に、事務局側からのですね。
Vocês estão aí no chat, ajuda a gente aí. Ajuda a gente, pessoal. Aqui, ó, a gente não estamos numa sala.
Presentation Eclipse Java.
Exceptional conditions in enterprise Java applications.
View of the updated specifications with some demos.
Database, relational database is amazing. It's not deprecated at all.
I'm going to be running through the code as this is happening. Okay. I'll explain what I'm doing here.
Free to use the chats to write where you are from and write your questions and everything while I am presenting this.
So let's shift gears a bit, Ivar. What's the next topic?
Yeah, so MicroProfile released a new version this year, and I had a chat with Emily Young about it. So let's look at that recording. Hi, everybody. I'm here with my good friend Emily. And Emily, why don't you introduce yourself to those that don't know you?
Hi, Eva. Hi, everybody. I'm Emily Jiang. I work for IBM. I'm the cloud native architect and advocate for IBM. I mainly work on open source projects, MicroProfile, Open Liberty, and Jakarta EE. So in IBM, I also lead teams to implement MicroProfile specifications as well. As you can see, I'm a big fan for MicroProfile and Jakarta EE.
Yeah, that's very amazing. And MicroProfile 7 was released earlier this year. And can you tell us a little bit about what's exciting about this release?
The most exciting thing is MicroProfile fully embrace open telemetry. So in the kind of the previous releases of MicroProfile, we brought in the open telemetry tracing. In MicroProfile 7.0, so we brought in open telemetry, logs and metrics and tracing. So it's all three pillars for observability in one place. And with this, and then we moved the MicroProfile metrics to be a standalone specifications. And if you want to use the MicroProfile metrics, and then you can just directly add on top of MicroProfile 7, it will also work. With that, because fault tolerance previously integrated with MicroProfile metrics, now it's kind of in this MicroProfile 7 release, MicroProfile fault tolerance also did new release to basically it's work with MicroProfile telemetry 2.0 as well.
Yeah. So to recap, you took the metric specification and moved it out of the umbrella, and you added open telemetry, which replaces it and adds a lot of more functionality as well.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So, and you also mentioned the fault tolerance that had to be updated to support open telemetry. Are there any other updates in fault tolerance, or was just that an alignment this time?
Yeah, so for the fault tolerance, basically it's added a section to for this all the matrices. So metrics like with basically it's MicroProfile fault tolerance in work with MicroProfile open MicroProfile telemetry. What kind of metrics it will give you? So this is about MicroProfile fault tolerance. Also, we did basically update on the MicroProfile REST client and also slight update on the MicroProfile config as well.
Yeah. So, and I guess you also did a update for MicroProfile Open API for this release.
Oh, yes.
And is there any specific changes there you would like to add?
So for MicroProfile Open API, so basically it's we embrace the Open API standard. So it's previously it's kind of Open API kind of the version 3.0, and now we kind of adopt Open API 3.1. So with this, basically, so we did kind of the update on MicroProfile Open API.
Yeah, so that was a sort of a maintenance update to support a newer version of the API.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and for REST client, you mentioned that also, but whether I see that one thing was to align it with the Jakarta E10 version of Jakarta RESTful Web Services, which is 3.1. Are there any other changes, or was this also just an alignment with the core profile?
Yes, apart from the alignment with the core profile, MicroProfile REST client has a couple minor update improvement on the API as well. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. So that was, now we've sort of covered the basic of the specifications that were updated, and I noticed, of course, Open Liberty is an compatible implementation. So when are you expecting other implementations to support MicroProfile 7?
I'm hoping like Quarkus and also hoping Payara will also implement 7.0. Also, it's kind of the some other runtime as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's it sounds like a pretty good upgrade in terms of getting the open telemetry supports, and the other specifications are more or less maintenance updates to support this and to align with newer versions. So it's definitely a good release. Taking open telemetry has become so industry standard in our space.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's now it's pretty good. It's kind of on the dashboard, on the Grafana dashboard, and etc. And you can see all sorts of different kind of the observability, kind of the stats, logs and metrics and tracing. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds cool. So is there anything else you would like to add about this release?
Yeah, for this release, other things I would like to mention is previously, in the previous release, it's kind of MicroProfile built on top of Jakarta EE core profile. Previously, we basically, in the MicroProfile BOM, is we kind of also brought along the core profile. And from this release, we made the MicroProfile and core profile loosely coupled. So we only specify the minimum of the Jakarta EE core profile version. So which means like in MicroProfile 7, we said, okay, the minimum is EE10. So it will work with EE11 as well. And we already proved it's kind of in Open Liberty, and we plan to basically make a basically like when Jakarta EE11 is released, and we want MicroProfile 7 actually also work with Jakarta EE11 core profile. So this is pretty cool because we don't need to do another new MicroProfile release, and as long as Jakarta EE11 is out, it's immediately. So you can use MicroProfile 7 together with Jakarta EE specifications. So this is very, very powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, that is certainly a good thing for having other implementations supporting the newer MicroProfile specification and APIs. Are there any concerns around this for example, the application developer that moves between one implementation to another, and then suddenly there can be a different version of core profile underlying? Has that been discussed as well?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much in the MicroProfile, basically in the compatible implementations website, and then is for certifying against MicroProfile 7, you list which EE10 core profile you use. So with this is kind of, if you move among this kind of the runtime, support both EE10 and MicroProfile 7, and then you can move around. However, if you choose EE11, you only can pick the runtime, support EE11 together with MicroProfile 7.
Yeah, so it will be well documented on the webpage which implementation you can use. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, we had a very long discussion and make sure like we don't confuse the end users, and also give this flexibility to the implementers as well. Because some implementers, maybe they directly support MicroProfile 7, but maybe is in next year they might just go with EE11. So in this case, they want to offer to their end users the latest technology, and then it's kind of they save them effort to basically support the previous version of the EE versions as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having this chat with me. I feel now that I'm very updated on everything with MicroProfile 7.0, and I look forward to see it being used out there. So thank you very much for joining me, and I'll see you again.
Yes, see you again.
So let's move to the next talk by Matt Pavlovich, Migrating ActiveMQ to Jakarta EE. Let's hear it from Matt.
All today, and in this session I want to share my experience in migrating ActiveMQ to Jakarta EE. So let's jump in. Just a brief introduction about me in some of the areas and projects that I've been involved in. In short, been working for most of my career helping large enterprises implement open source as part of their infrastructure, whether it's the Linux operating system or all the way up through middleware stacks. But for the most part, you know, as it relates to this talk, I'll be talking from my contributions with the Apache ActiveMQ project. I'm a PMC member and committer, and I led the effort to convert ActiveMQ to Jakarta. As a brief, I'm sure you guys have all been on the stream all day, so but just to recap quickly, if people are wondering what is Jakarta EE, essentially what it is, it's a group of APIs that sit on top of Java to enable enterprise type development. And with the new licensing structure, similar to how the JDK has been freed from you know, unfriendly licensing, now these enterprise APIs have been also freed up. And as part of this, the transition, we've got to do a little bit of namespace changing. So everywhere in your Java code where you saw import Java X, essentially you're now going to just write it as import Jakarta JMS, right? As easy as that, hopefully. As it turns out, you know, with a big and mature code base, things can be a little bit more complicated than that. So that's what we're going to talk through in this talk. So as an overview, ActiveMQ is the most widely used message broker in the world with a very mature code base. It has over 30 Maven modules. This covers a wide range of Jakarta EEs. And so the purpose of this talk is talk about strategies and approaches and the lessons learned that we applied while converting ActiveMQ to Jakarta EE, with the idea that, you know, if in your enterprise, if you've got large mature code bases that also need to make the transition, that some of these strategies, approaches, and lesson learned would help you in your organization make the same transition successfully. So from an involvement perspective, you know, the reason we're involved in my job that pays the bills is I'm the co-founder and CTO of Height. ActiveMQ powers the message broker inside our platform, and we build a platform on top of ActiveMQ that provides Kubernetes-based deployment, self-service, and we're driving towards queue as a service capability for message queues. And we've developed a bunch of advanced features on top of ActiveMQ, including things like full search, import, export, auto rebalance, and many others. And we led us at Height, we led the ActiveMQ migration to Jakarta EE, and we're the driving force behind a lot of the neat new feature developments in ActiveMQ. So that's how we got involved with ActiveMQ and why we're still engaged with the community. Okay, so let's jump into the migration area. So I think it's helpful to kind of think of this as, at the very beginning, first slide, we're like, hey, let's just do a bunch of search and replace and you're done. But when you have a mature code base, you're always dealing with where is that code base? What point in time is that code base as it relates to the larger ecosystem? So, no matter where you are with your enterprise application, there's going to be some level of technical debt. If you haven't updated in 2 weeks, there's probably a dependency that needs to be updated. Mature code bases have been around for a dozen or more years. You'll be looking at JDK build tool updates. And then lastly, we can talk about, some of the Jakarta API impacts. And so I think it helps to think about the problem, breaking it up into these 3 areas, and we'll discuss how we attack that with ActiveMQ. So technical debt, this is the big thing. The catch here is most of the work in making a migration really has to do with tackling any technical debt that's piled up. So especially with ActiveMQ, jumping straight to Jakarta wasn't really realistic because it had accumulated some technical debt. And also ActiveMQ is really widely adopted, not only as a server, like messaging and infrastructure layer, but it's also embedded and used in a lot of other open source and commercial products to in embedded unit tests and integration tests, because it's used very extensively as well for other applications to certify their JMS support. So taking something that you think is just server side and, okay, we're going to flip the switch and jump to Jakarta, it's just not realistic. We had to be really mindful that making these changes was going to break a lot of people's not only backend infrastructure, or had the potential to break infrastructure, integration, and unit tests as well. So we want to be mindful of all those things. Secondly, the big update that ActiveMQ had in the technical debt areas is while ActiveMQ has long been the bearer of the JMS spec standard, it's been very good in that area, and many people, like I said, use it to certify their products for JMS compatibility. There's a big feature that was added in JMS2 that ActiveMQ for a long time didn't really bother with, and the reason was because there was a better feature known as virtual topics, which was much more flexible and useful than that key feature, the shared topic subscriptions. However, once we started looking at, okay, we need to move over to Jakarta, it really became clear that it was going to be impractical just to continue that approach. We really needed to bite the bullet and start adding the JMS 2.0 features. And so that was a big piece of the technical debt that ActiveMQ needed to tackle. So to do that, what we did is we settled on an approach that essentially we'd level up where the code base was from a technical debt perspective, and we would jump all that up to something current, and we would have 2 release streams running simultaneously. So we could have a pre-Jakarta, essentially a pre-Jakarta release that we're gonna level up and clear up as much technical debt as possible, and then we'd start on the Jakarta changes in a new release. And so those became ActiveMQ. It's the 518 series. So that has optional client-side Jakarta EE support. So most applications that work with ActiveMQ use it as a client. They use it to send and receive messages from their message queues or topics. And so the idea here is this would be a low impact change for applications that needed to quickly start adopting Jakarta. We can provide a client library without necessarily having to have the server side done, because the bulk of the lines of code change and all that was really on the server side. So the ActiveMQ 518 release served as kind of that bridge. We leveled up the technical debt, and then we provided this optional client-side Jakarta client library. So while we were working on the server side, applications could start that were client only could start consuming that new client jar in a Jakarta environment. Additionally, we wanted to have some key project goals. So while these 2 release streams are going, we want to make sure there's compatibility is maintained between client and servers, even if they have a mix of the non-Jakarta or the Java X JMS and the Jakarta JMS. So you could use a 517 ActiveMQ jar and talk to a 6.0 broker, or vice versa. You could use a newer jar and talk to an older broker. So this is going to help alleviate the stress in place that if applications need to update, it's not going to force the infrastructure, because that starts dragging and forcing organizations to have to upgrade completely, entirely across the organization. That we didn't want to tightly couple client to broker change, because that would force your whole environment to have to change at once. So this is it seems like a small, subtle thing, but in organizations that have large deployments or lots of applications in integration space, this is a really big thing. To be able to support mixing Jakarta, non-Jakarta at the same time, because we're not forcing everybody and all applications to upgrade at once. Secondly, we want to really, as best possible, we want to maintain the ability to backport changes going forward between these two releases. So for example, in the 6 series, we started adding more features around observability, performance metrics, things around improving the quality of capability for multi-tenancy. So any of these cool new features that we also wanted to have the ability to backport them. So without everyone having to be, a major Git ninja, we wanted to keep those commits manageable to where we could backport a lot of these cool features. So as much as possible, we wanted to keep the word Jakarta kind of behind the scenes. So if we added a new feature, we could plug that in and move code and security changes from 6.0 back into the 5.18. And so that was a big win for us. So really, this is the big aha moment, was we were going to maintain 2 release streams, a leveled up, reduced technical debt version that's pre-Jakarta, and then the Jakarta-based version in 6. So just on a deep dive, this was a really, I think, a novel approach, and this would apply not only for code bases that are making the change to Jakarta, but also for code bases that need to support moving APIs, even if it's your internal application. So what we did is in the 5.18 series, so we wanted to be able to provide both Java X and Jakarta support. So we had a new module, which was just the ActiveMQ client Jakarta-Jakarta jar. So applications that needed to start using Jakarta APIs, they could pull this jar in specifically and start consuming ActiveMQ on a client basis as in a Jakarta environment against a non-Jakarta broker. And to do that, if you remember earlier, we talked about we had to start adding JMS 2.0 features. Well, we didn't want to tightly couple all that work. It would have been too much, and in the open source world, it's hard to get all those votes to get all the approvals out. So we wanted to do everything very incrementally. And so what we did, the novel approach here, was by implementing this new module, it being new, we're not breaking semantic versioning. We could start adding those new methods one at a time during point releases. So the very first jar that went out, all the new JMS 2.0 methods just simply threw an unsupported operation exception. So that worked. This created a novel approach. So if you're using the jar and you're using it in essentially a JMS 1.1 way, you're not going to have any problems. It's all just going to work. Once you want to start using JMS 2.0 operations, you'd have to really make sure that it was ready for you. And as we started adding JMS 2.0 operations, we would start filling in the implementations on a method by method basis and removing those areas of code that were just throwing unsupported operation exception. So this is a really neat way. So if you look at kind of on a big picture, like project management, product owner perspective, we were able to do a couple things at once without breaking clients and without tightly coupling applications to infrastructure, and then infrastructure to all the other applications that talk to that same infrastructure. So really, really neat that some of the simple novel approaches ended up working out really well. In 6.0, really the big story here is that ActiveMQ 6, that's the Jakarta support on the server side. Eclipse, Jetty, the Jetty infrastructure provides the HTTP services. This was the really big update in ActiveMQ. So when we make the change to Jetty, not only did it was there namespace changes, but there are also code implementation changes. The way Jetty worked essentially changed between the versions 9 and 11 that we moved to. Unfortunately for us, Jetty did something really, really cool, and I think other platforms, I wish we had done this really with ActiveMQ, is after we started the work on ActiveMQ, Jetty made a release change that what Jetty 12 does is Jetty 12 supports both Java X and Jakarta at the same time. So if you were to upgrade and adopt Jetty 12 today, you could do what we're talking about with a lot less headache. And we're having to do kind of one more upgrade from 11 to 12. So if you haven't started, this is going to be your big aha moment to skip some pain. Just jump straight to Jetty 12, and you can do this two release stream strategy with a few less headaches. So yeah, so we started the work on Jakarta, but it was before Jetty 12 was released. Jetty 12 did this great thing that allows you to do both Jakarta and non-Jakarta or pre-Jakarta APIs. Just on a side note, Jetty 12 support is underway in ActiveMQ. We're in the pull request for that's in progress. I think there's a couple minor things that need worked out, and it'll be integrated into a future ActiveMQ 6. And it may be backported. If we backported it on the 5 side, that work, it would have to be it'd be like a 519 or 520 type deal. There's no firm plans on that, but that would be something that we could potentially do with both active release streams at the same time. ActiveMQ, one of the things ActiveMQ uses, it uses Spring to kind of wire all of its components together. And making the jump to Jakarta meant making the jump to Spring 6. When you make the jump to Spring 6, you also drag a Java JDK 17 requirement because Spring 6 requires JDK 17. So we also had to level to 17, which is not a big deal. We want to be moving forward with JDKs as well. But what this meant is with infrastructure products like databases, message queues, you often like to have the client code be current, but be able to go back a couple JDK layers. As big enterprise infrastructure tends to move a little slower. Glacially is sometimes a term used. It would have been nice for ActiveMQ to be able to support JDK 8 or 11 a little bit longer with the Jakarta, but the Spring 6 dependency, forced it into a JDK 17 world. So not a big deal. Moving forward's better anyway. Maybe we'll drag some enterprises up with us as well. Most of the JDK 17 changes were minor. We did separate them into separate commits to keep things backport friendly. Maven and other toolchain updates weren't a major issue for us. When we're talking about leveling up your technical debt in your projects, that's one of the easiest things to start trying to move forward is the JDK in your toolchain in your integration layer. So definitely recommend moving forward with those pieces where you can early. Jakarta EE changes, right? Super easy. We're just gonna search and replace and be done, right? No, and I think the cool thing about what's happening with Jakarta is now, like the JDK is getting all these really cool new features. It's coming at a good, consistent pace. Now we're going to start seeing this we are seeing it with the Jakarta APIs. So now we're seeing really good and long needed features coming to these enterprise APIs that are used across the board. So we're excited about it in general. ActiveMQ, the Jakarta APIs that are in scope here, obviously Jakarta messaging, previously known as JMS, servlet, transaction, and XML. And then there was one J2E spec that was actually dropped. So this spec was in the J2E world, but did not come across or come over when the Jakarta change was made. So there is no Jakarta management spec anymore. So we dropped that. And what we did with that is we essentially had to just, what this spec was used for is metrics and tracking, like statistics. So kind of like a pre-micrometer type deal where you can have metrics that sample and keep track of what time the metrics came in, things of that nature. So we went ahead and just what we called self-hosted those interfaces and those classes. So we basically rip off the implements statistic and we made our own interfaces and just self-hosted them and went that route. So not a lot of APIs. I think there was maybe one or two or maybe three that didn't make the jump from J2E to Jakarta, but most of these aren't widely used, so it wasn't a big deal. Managing dependencies. Yeah, overall, this could be a talk by itself. I'm personally a big fan of less is more when it comes to dependencies and really following those talking about how to manage, especially in the enterprise space when you're dealing with hundreds and thousands of integrations or tens of thousands of applications. Those cross-cutting dependencies can be really problematic. So yeah, definitely less is more, especially when you're supporting 2 release streams. So you've got your pre-Jakarta release stream going and your Jakarta release stream going. It can be tricky to have and manage, and a lot of this is about trying to be able to backport from, your Jakarta back into your pre-Jakarta. So less is more when it comes to it. A lot of the libraries, if you've been doing Java a while, a lot of these libraries there's a lot of new nifty JDK built-ins, alternatives to things. So definitely look at those, the NIO libraries for files, the concurrence, all the new collection, obviously the time libraries, things of that nature. Try to use those, as part of it, and start dropping, some of these dependencies. It's kind of rough to pull in a whole, 2 or 3 libraries if you're using 4 methods out of it, right? Self-hosting sometimes can be better. Also, if you've got a bunch of simple util-based functions, that you're using, like formatters and string formatters, time formatters, those are great candidates to be converted to lambdas and things like that. So leverage the language. The JDK is moving rapidly. It's great. And then the less dependencies you have, the easier it is going to be maintain your long-term Jakarta-based code base, but also moving between the Jakarta and the pre-Jakarta. We had 2 dependencies. We had to rehome Stomp JMS and Joram JMS tests. These were open source projects that the maintenance on it kind of stalled out and went stale. So instead of trying to get those ramped back up, we took the approach of just self-homing these or rehoming those back into the ActiveMQ main tree. Most of these were really just used as test dependencies anyway, so it wasn't a huge deal, or anything that was blocker would impact. None of this would have impact like downstream application users. Most people would never know this happened. One of the things we had to make a decision on with the first release of 6.0 is we had to drop support. So ActiveMQ bundled a couple other downstream components, specifically Jalokia, which provides a HTTP-based or REST-based view into like JMX management beans for querying metrics and statistics. Jalokia didn't have a Jakarta-based release at the time when we released 6. So we temporarily dropped support for Jalokia, same thing with Apache Camel, but both of those now have their Jakarta-based releases. So Jalokia has already been reintroduced, and I believe Apache Camel's going to be shortly, but just that was really more of like a time frame thing where we were ActiveMQ is a framework or as an infrastructure piece. When we started the change, it was kind of midstream in the Java ecosystem. So everything we really needed had already been converted, and a couple of these things that were tack-ons, it was okay for us to release and then bring them back when those were ready. Now, if you're doing your enterprise, I expect you'll be in good shape. Everything you need should be Jakartified. All right, recommendations, best practices, and approaches, what works. The migration 2-step, create that pre-Jakarta EE stable release version, pay down as much technical debt as possible. And then secondly, create a new JEE based major version release stream to run in parallel. The main thing here is you want this pre-Jakarta EE release because especially if you're in an enterprise in which you have is like in the frameworky or platform or on the edge of framework or platformy kind of scale, you're going to need to be able to provide backports for security fixes and especially for dependency updates while you're doing your Jakarta EE migration or while the consumers of your application or framework are making their Jakarta EE migration. So a lot of this is about really more of like a product owner, program management over time, solving those challenges. And so this pre-Jakarta EE release stream really helps with that. So this is where you want to drop any end of life and deprecated code modules from your code. You want to upgrade Maven, or if you're using Gradle and the plugins there, migrate or drop any end of life like third-party dependencies. Anything that's redundant that you could use Java built-ins, take the time now to do that. And then it's a good opportunity to upgrade to current non-Jakarta affected dependencies. These are dependencies that are going to get pulled in or dragged in transitively, things like Log4j2, JUnit 5, things that you've been putting off or you're project managers and product owners haven't been excited about taking the time to, take the time to go do these. So any of these, especially these big frameworky libraries that have also revved up, go ahead and grab those, because there's going to be a good chance that as you upgrade your dependencies, they're going to drag these and kind of force you to it anyway. And of course, take this time to update your JDK. What we're doing in height for our products, we're going to make the jump straight to JDK 21. We're going to go ahead and skip 17. If you can go from 11 to 21, we think that's a pretty safe and healthy jump if you can do it. But that'd be a good kind of back pocket strategy to take with you. In the Jakarta EE release stream, this is your opportunity to update the Jakarta EE APIs. This is where you refactor your code to support the API changes. By far, most of the APIs are a simple namespace changes. A few of them have a couple method signature or new methods that'll change, but I'd say for the most part, it's pretty standard. And so you might need to refactor your code to support the Jakarta API changes, and possibly on the implementation of those APIs may have some code changes for you as well. Miscellaneous strategies. This is really, I think, just code project management type stuff. Any low impact test only dependencies, if you can save that. One of the things we ran into is there was, from a technical debt perspective, ActiveMQ has got about several thousand unit tests, and there's, I think, 3 or 4 different mock libraries used. And, if you've been, consistently coding in Java for the last couple of years, you know that mock libraries, test mock libraries change pretty quickly, and the flavor of the day, probably a little more rapidly than other ones. So those can be a challenge to deal with. Just maintaining the knowledge and the expertise across the different ones, what they do, what their best practices. So I know this without trying to jump into a big fight. Just kind of keep in mind test only dependencies can be tricky over time, because the cool hot one fades out pretty quick. If your mocking is simple enough, making a test only implementation may be the move. If you've got complex in-house things that kind of look more like a framework or a platform, definitely do the 2-release strategy, get a modernized Java X version, and then work on your Jakarta-based EE. This is really what we're calling like the Jetty 12 approach. And then break your commits up. This is more of like a Git management strategy. This was done in the ActiveMQ as well. We had a lot of we broke up the commits in different ways to help manage, keeping the health of the tree in good shape. If you can break up your commits to have the Jakarta namespace only changes, when you're making that big slice, they review much quicker, because all you're really doing is going through and looking at the import lines, and there might be hundreds or thousands of those. And so if you make a commit that's simply the import namespace change, and then the next commit come through, this is going to really speed up your review process, and also the ability for you to backport changes. And if you've got any client-side, data only or smallish modules that you can create to kind of separate, again, a lot of this is about dragging transitive dependencies. This is similar to what we did in ActiveMQ with that Jakarta module. If you can create some client-side data only modules, you can kind of decouple yourself from some of the API as well. All right, let's take a minute to just look at where ActiveMQ is today. Just kind of give everybody an update. First, let's look at the migration stats. We'll talk about the release table, and we'll talk a little bit about roadmap, and then we'll be able to roll right into questions. Okay, this ended up being the migration stats. So there was one super big pull request off the main branch. It consisted of 25 different commits. Over time, that really was about 100 commits during the, I think this PR probably sat for months while the issues were worked through. So it's probably over 100 total commits, but ended up kind of getting merged and shuffled to 25 before the final merge. A total of 1,425 files were changed, a little over 9,500 lines were added, another 8,000 lines were removed. We dropped 2 Maven modules from the tree. 2 dependencies were rehomed. We dropped 2 frameworks. We had that one JE API that we deprecated that we dropped. And there were a total like 28 kind of big chunky work tasks that sat on the PR and served as discussion points across the team. And there were about 80 build jobs that ran till we got there. So that's kind of in a nutshell what it looked like, for ActiveMQ. So if you've got a decently a reasonable approximation in your enterprise, I says in your bosses and your management team or product owners asking you, hey, give us some stats, you could use this as a starting point to provide some estimation of what this would look like. So this is the release chart today. ActiveMQ. So the 6.0 was the first Jakarta, based broker release, and we've since released a 6.1. So 6.0 was released about a year ago, November of 23. Currently, the 2 live release streams are the 6.1 and the 5.18. And you can see here how we're aligning the release versions, JDK, key specs, and key, what we're calling major dependencies. So 6.1 is JDK 17 plus, JMS 3.1, Spring 6, Jet 11. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are working on making that jump of ActiveMQ to Jetty 12, which will also take us to the latest version of the Jakarta EE. So, ActiveMQ, where ActiveMQ jumped in was kind of midstream, the whole ecosystem, making the change to Jakarta. And so we've got one more step to get current. And then 5.18 is leveled on JDK 11, JMS 2, Spring 5.3, Jetty 9. So, and you can see here, 5.18 is where we did that magic, where we supported both JavaX and JMS on the client side. Roadmap, exciting capabilities and features ahead for ActiveMQ. We're adding tons of new metrics for connection, for really just observability, I'd call it. Overall, being able to keep an eye on queue message flows, things like that, especially things that support running inside Kubernetes or cloud environments. We got organizations really looking to support new multi-tenancy queues of service capabilities. And so these metrics really drive to support that. So there's new metrics for connection health observability. Connection health is important in Kubernetes for when you're running behind load balancers and you're dealing with connections from inside and outside of clusters, in the cloud, outside of the cloud, things of that nature. Network connectivity over long distances can be tricky. Also, new metrics for message flow observability, metrics for persistent store performance in the cloud. One of the things we observe is a high degree of variance in like persistent store performance, and so if we have more visibility to what those metrics, we can identify brokers running on slow nodes, and just in general, adding more features to enhance. Currently ActiveMQ has great multi-tenancy support, but there's always more and more advanced policies that could be added, and so there's new hooks and things being done there to support more capabilities around multi-tenancy. Also really excited to be working on this one. So I've got the PR out there. It's pretty close to getting merged for virtual thread technical preview. I know there's already been a couple talks on virtual threads, and ActiveMQ is a great candidate for that, being able to take advantage of virtual threads and the performance benefits that'll come with that, and then provide even further scalability and performance for ActiveMQ. 7, the plans are starting to come together. 7, all this is really subject to change, but with Spring really making that announcement that they'll be dropping support for open source releases in the 5 series, we're looking on the ActiveMQ side is dropping Spring as kind of the main bootstrapping wiring component. So we're going to have an option to run Spring free on the server side. So we're excited about that. So it'll just be a simple, bootstrap component that'll replace what Spring does. But along with that will come with a new configuration service. And the idea on that is we'd have more ability to do runtime configuration without having to restart brokers, more things about tuning multi-tenancy, so you could provision multi-tenancy, multi-tenant message flows and things like that without having to do broker restarts, which is great for when you're doing platforms in the cloud, queue as a service, dedicated clusters, things like that, and then continue to modernize. So really, I think ActiveMQ 7 is about getting back to getting back to the basics, performance, not forcing the Spring pieces in there and being more, leveraging more of the JDK built-ins. Like a lot of what we're suggesting here is go more, JDK native, and that's what ActiveMQ is doing in 7. So the current release stream is v6.1, and 6.2 will be the next new feature release stream. So a lot of these new features have already been merged in. We could take a look at, we got that here, kind of a deep dive on the features. It's like the advanced message statistics. So at NQ time, you now can see the last NQ'd message ID, what client ID that was, what was the message timestamp and the broker in time. So you can measure the latency between the application sending and the broker receiving it. Same thing on the DQ time, you'll get the message ID, the client ID, the message timestamp, what was the broker in and the broker out time. So this is in pull request. This will go into 6.2 and 5.18. Similarly, there's an advanced network statistics metric. This is already merged in 6.2 and it's already been released in 5.18, but this provides network NQ and network DQ counts, so you can get a track when messages come into a queue. Was it NQ'd or DQ'd via an application connection or a network connection in a cluster, essentially. Virtual thread supports in technical preview. The pull request is already there. It's targeting for 6.2. So 6.2 is really shaping up to be a cool feature release. And you'll see a bunch of these features are also going back to that simultaneous 5.18. The message interceptor strategy. This is a per namespace capability to provide more multi-tenant policies. This is really cool because multi or destination policy is where this is added. This can be used for providing that more advanced multi-tenant policies. Things like on a per message flow basis, what expirations do you want to allow? Do you want to require compression? Do you want to limit supported message types? Do you want to specify some required headers? Things like that. So this is a pretty cool piece on a server side basis. You can really enforce policy. So if an application were to send something that's outside a policy, it would get rejected at send time. So these kinds of things you could find and hone your application teams in when they're doing their event-driven applications and messaging applications to really adhere to your strategy at development time, and instead of waiting to get to production or when you run into a support issue. So the message interceptor strategy piece that's already been released in 5.18 and it's merged into 6.2. So these are some of the exciting things coming in the Jakarta and the pre-Jakarta ActiveMQ releases. And for reference, on the open source side, we've got a couple links that are tracking the big feature work. So there's a JMS 2 page, which tracks the Jakarta and JMS 3.1.2.0 progress. There's only a couple JMS API spec features that aren't out there or that are not completed yet. I think we're down to 2 or 3. So those will be wrapped up in the next couple point releases on the 6.0 side, and then also backported into the 5.18 point releases. And then the virtual thread work, right now it's in technical preview. There's a special placeholder page there for that that'll track the progress of that release. Once that goes out, it'll be really interesting to start seeing performance tests, comparisons out of the box. Really some of the main locks in ActiveMQ are already re-entrant, so it's cool, but there's also a bunch of synchronized spots. So we'll be looking for hotspots and making thoughtful changes on how to optimize ActiveMQ to really take advantage of virtual threads, to be able to take the benefit of that high connection count, high destination count, low message traffic. I think is where we'll see the big boost when you've got thousands and thousands of connections or thousands and thousands of queues, but you're doing a really low volume of messages. I think that's where we'll see the virtual threads come in. On this topic, I've blogged about the ActiveMQ transition to Jakarta. I've got part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is really an intro about Jakarta. Part 2 starts diving into the guts and the details like we did in this talk. So check those out. Those are on the Hype blog, and we'll be posting a part 3, which contains most of the content or the remaining content that we already shared here on this talk. So you'll be able to catch that, and there's a little bit more deep dive and details in there as well. So excellent. All right, we're doing okay on time? Let me check and see if we have any questions out there. All right. Okay, what is the deal with ActiveMQ Artemis? Is that a different product? Yes, ActiveMQ. So Artemis is a second broker that's under the ActiveMQ umbrella. It was donated to the Apache community, and there was some thought at one point that it might become ActiveMQ 6. That hasn't been the case. So ActiveMQ 6 is based on really the mainline broker that's pervasively developed. There's just too many changes. I feel like there's been too many changes. It's been difficult to make that migration from ActiveMQ to Artemis for a lot of folks. So it's gonna be a long runtime on ActiveMQ. I'll do another blog post, kind of share my thoughts on Artemis in general. So be a lookout for that. But what we're seeing is there's a long roadmap and path forward with ActiveMQ 6 and going into 7. So we're excited about that and where that's going. All right. Well, thank you for the great question and appreciate you guys joining for my talk. And yeah, look for me. I'm on GitHub.
Well, thanks to Matt for that great presentation. It's cool to see how ActiveMQ and the roadmap and all the stuff they're planning going forward.
And it is good to have new presenters in the live stream. So thanks, Matt, for submitting your talk. And we're hoping to hear the updates and the roadmap will be executed by next live stream, and we'll have you again. So I think we are getting kind of quite late and towards the end of the day. So maybe it is a good time to thank our contributors. Again, this whole industry or technology rather would not exist without our diligent contributors and individuals who are enthusiastic and involved and interested in development of the Jakarta EE technology. So we do want to highlight our top contributors in a couple of different categories, actually in 4. So I do want to show our top contributors in Jakarta specifications in TCK, and as we were saying throughout the day, TCKs this year took quite a bit of modernization and refactoring, so it's a lot of work. We want to highlight top contributors in Glassfish project, as well as Jakarta EE platform. So just not to read all the names, but please let's pause a little bit and celebrate all these individuals who have been working really hard throughout the year.
Yeah, congratulations to all the contributors and all everybody. It's great work. We definitely couldn't do this without you.
Yes, and congratulations to Ivar, to you as well. I saw your name there, so thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Tanya. And as a small token of appreciation, we are working on some limited swag or limited edition swag for Jakarta EE, all the contributors, everybody you saw on this list. We will reach out, and so you should check your email and make sure you don't miss that information. So these special edition swag, that's the good stuff.
And not just that's the good stuff, but also in order to get the good stuff, occasionally check your spam folder because it might be there. So we will reach out to you, so keep an eye.
Yeah.
So I think it is a good opportunity also to highlight that at Eclipse Foundation we have other Java related projects, and not just projects but working groups as well. I know we didn't talk much about the different differences between the different formations and organizations that we have, governance forms that we have within Eclipse Foundation, and we certainly don't want to focus on that today. But some of the projects or the working groups are focusing on development and maintaining of the tools that are being used during Java development applications. Some of those tools are very, very well known. And one of them is certainly probably the most famous one is Eclipse IDE. Recently, there is a working group there was a working group created around Eclipse IDE, and I would actually like to hear more about the work of this working group from our colleague Thomas, who is the program manager for the Eclipse IDE working group. So let's roll that video.
Hello everyone, my name is Thomas Froment and I'm the Eclipse IDE program manager. And today I will be sharing updates on the Eclipse IDE. Actually, as you know, Eclipse IDE is more than just an IDE. It's an ecosystem. It's a platform used by millions of users worldwide and many products and services, often in critical industries like space, transportation, healthcare, or energy, are built on its foundation, including the rich client platform, RCP, and many modeling tools based on it. And beyond that, this ecosystem also includes some components like the Java Development Tool, JDT, or IDE agnostic components that you are probably using in other IDEs, and perhaps without realizing it, such as LSP, Language Server Protocol, or DAP, Debug Application. And that's why, very recently, in fact, in 2021, 12 members companies in the Eclipse Foundation have come together to secure and ensure the sustainability, evolution, and modernization of this ecosystem, forming the Eclipse IDE working group. And because, as you know, in the Jakarta community, open source require care and commitment. And first, let me share something with you for the first time. This is a new core mission statement that the Eclipse IDE working group has recently defined. As you can see, it can be summarized by 3 key objectives: modernize the platform, evolve the IDE framework, and provide best-in-class Java tooling. And I can imagine this speaks to the Java community here today. Now, let's take a closer look at how we are turning this modernization objective into a reality. Modernizing the Eclipse IDE and its ecosystem comes down to a key vision: creating a platform that is OS agnostic, applicable to both desktop-based and cloud-based, browser-based environments. This is because one of the long-standing challenges of the IDE has been maintaining separate versions for Linux, Mac, and Windows, and so by targeting an OS-independent architecture, we expect to achieve several critical goals. And this year, we have taken a significant step forward by officially starting this modernization project called Initiative 31. By the way, this name reflects the core idea behind the project. First, taking 3 technologies, or ultimately choose one for the future implementation of the SWT layer. For your information, the 3 technologies in prototype are Skia, GTK4, and Swing, which is, by the way, the technology used by JetBrains. The purpose of this exploration is to identify the best foundation for building a truly OS-agnostic implementation of the Eclipse platform. And the chosen technology should help us deliver, hopefully, a more modern, consistent, and future-proof experience for both desktop-based and browser-based environments. And more important, reducing a lot of the maintenance complexity. The results so far have been very promising, and the initial team had the opportunity to present these prototypes just a few weeks ago at EclipseCon. And one of the key moments of the conference was the session led by Heiko Clary, one of the technical lead of Initiative 31. It generated a lot of interest and was among the most attended sessions of the event, highlighting probably the community's enthusiasm for this project. Following this success, we recently held a community interested party call, and the recording is available to you if you would like to learn more. For those who are curious, you also have, of course, the GitHub project. And so, as a conclusion, I would like to leave you with 2 key takeaways. The Eclipse IDE ecosystem is very much alive. with over 210 contributors involved in every quarterly release, more than 60 projects, and a code base of more than 118 million lines of code. We truly believe in the future of a really open source tooling ecosystem. I mean, a project where you have the freedom to fork, contribute, and to really shape the future. And as you have seen, its modernization journey has only just started with Initiative 31. Second, this ecosystem is supported by a strong working group and a dedicated team, our release manager to secure the release, and our community mentors, and this is new, who are here to help new contributors to get started. And probably the most, if you are interested, the most reliable way to connect with them is through the new GitHub organization, github.com/Eclipse IDE. This is the entry point designed for every new contributor. Thank you for your attention and see you soon.
And the Eclipse IDE is not the only development tool that we have at Eclipse Foundation. We also have others. So, and among those are the Eclipse Cloud Dev Tools. And we also have the OpenVSX working group. So, and we have talked to John Kellerman, and he has a message from these two working groups.
Hi, I'm John Kellerman, Program Manager of the OpenVSX and Cloud Development Tools working groups at the Eclipse Foundation. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what's going on with the working groups and their respective open source projects. First, a bit of background and to set the stage. VS Code currently is used by roughly 75% of developers. This comes from a Stack Exchange survey, I believe in late 2023. The core open source has been forked about 30,000 times, and that's pretty darn impressive. And consequently, the VS Code extensions are emerging as the default extension mechanism for IDEs. There are, though, limitations placed by the Visual Studio Marketplace terms and what you can do with those extensions. And so what we need is an open, transparent, vendor-neutral registry of extensions. And that's what we have with the OpenVSX registry. The OpenVSX working group is responsible, along with the Eclipse Foundation, for the operation of the OpenVSX registry. It provides the governance, guidance, the funding for the communities that support the implementation and the deployment and the maintenance of the registry. And here are the current OpenVSX working group members. It is their membership fees that fund the site. STMicro, Siemens, Salesforce, Huawei, Google, and Posit. Switching gears now, the Cloud Development Tools Working Group its mission is to define and build an ecosystem of best-in-class open source web and cloud-based development tools, and to promote and drive the adoption of these with tools on par with commercial offerings. And here are the current working group members of Cloud Development Tools: AMD, ARM, Eclipse Source, Aveo, Red Hat, Ericsson, Onassis, STMicro, and Typefox. And here are the open source projects that are part of Cloud Development Tools. Thea and Eclipse.Sh are extensible IDEs and IDE frameworks, extensible with VS Code extensions. Sirius is a platform for building web applications for visual languages, including domain-specific languages. And they're supported by a host of other open source IDE technologies that enable debugging and modeling and operation with Kubernetes, for example. And so what's new with these two communities? First, probably one of the most exciting things we've seen is the integration in Thea of IDE capabilities that allow you to use your language models to guide your developers. We have a new framework for real-time collaboration within Thea IDE that allows you to collaborate. It's built to be extensible to really any kind of development artifacts. What comes out of the box is collaboration on text artifacts. Within OpenVSX at openvsx.org, we now support deprecated extensions. So a publisher can indicate that they don't intend to continue to develop or support their extension, and they can port to a replacement. We've spent a lot of work improving the reliability and availability of the site. A lot of that work has gone into database efficiency and test automation. We've improved visibility into the operation and errors through a Grafana dashboard deployment. And finally, we've made a pretty significant update to documentation in our wiki for both users and people looking to program to and extend OpenVSX, including more complete API documentation. And so with these exciting and we feel compelling technologies, let's talk a little bit about the things you can do, right? First and foremost, you can manage your VS Code extensions in any desktop or cloud IDE, something the terms at the VS Visual Studio Marketplace prohibit. You can host your own instance of a registry, tethered or untethered from the main registry, including air-gapped configurations where you might have intellectual property or security or other compliance restrictions that prohibit a direct connection to the internet. You can curate a set of extensions for developers and partners. You can host proprietary extensions alongside public extensions for your developers and partners. You can manage it and control your IDE collaboration technology, including if you choose hosting your own server. You can manage and control the AI technology that you integrate, that you use to integrate in your IDE, including using your own language models. For more details, the best place to go are the session recordings from our recent TheaCon 2024 conference. They're not there yet. They will be there in about a week or so. Hit that link there and you can get to the program, which will get you to the recordings. And now, given that work and given those contributions, let's look at the growth that we see resulting at OpenVSX. 4,100, I think it's 4,200 now, new extensions, 2,200 unique publishers, over 140, I think it's 150,000 downloads a day. That's more than double what we saw a year ago. Over 100 publications a day. That's both new extensions as well as updates to existing extensions. And probably most importantly, at least the top 100 most downloaded extensions from the Visual Studio Marketplace we now host at openvsx.org. So yeah, please consider joining us at the OpenVSX or Cloud Development Tools communities as a working group member, sponsor, or contributor. My email is there. There's a link here to a forum at the Eclipse Foundation where you can express your interests. And thank you. We look forward to it.
Okay, now that we are familiar with all the tools at the Eclipse Foundation, Java-related tools at Eclipse Foundation, and before we introduce our last talk of the day, let's just focus a little bit or recognize that we talked so much about version 11 throughout the day, and maybe we can just mention and make the audience aware that this is actually a perfect time to start thinking and maybe even voicing your opinion about 12.
Yes, and the work with Jakarta 12 has already started. The platform project has an agenda item every week. Lately, we haven't been able to get to that agenda item because the TCK and 11 has taken so much time.
Yeah.
But there is an agenda item where we add items that are relevant for 12. So this is a time where you, as a user of Jakarta technologies, can make the platform project aware of where you want 12 to go. So the platform project should be aware, or you can reach out to the individual component specifications as well.
And actually, to be also more specific, the release plan for version 12 is well on its way. So we, as mentioned earlier, we do have our release leads and release coordinators for release 12 selected. It's Ed Burns and Jared Anderson. So the planning is well on its way. And if you have your wish list and something that is of high priority to you, you need to sign up for the project mailing list. You need to be voicing your opinion. And please, as always, look at the Jakarta EE community calendar. And every Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern, there is a time slot and invitation for the Jakarta EE platform call. Please show up and voice your opinion.
Yes. And now it's time to introduce our last speaker of the day. And this is Mike Redledge, and he will talk about a developer's guide to Jakarta EE 11.
To the Developer's Guide to Jakarta EE 11, and greetings from Western Massachusetts. Those of you who know me, I live in New Jersey, but we're here for a few days. The picture you see here is of a sailboat in Newport, Rhode Island, and I took this picture last year because of the sailboat, and it reminded me of Jakarta EE. All right. Well, Jakarta EE has an awesome history going back to 1998, where you see on the upper left the Java Professional Edition, and then you can see all the different versions and the different naming conventions that have evolved ever since then. And here we are with Jakarta EE 11, that's pretty much on the verge of being released. Hi, I'm Mike. I am a Java champion. And I do all these things that you see there in the brackets. I'm the lead Java Q news editor at InfoQ. Perhaps you've seen my weekly news roundups in the Java space. I do some developer advocate and tech writing for Payara. I'm a director for the Garden State Java user group that has been in continuous operation since 2001. I'm on the leadership council of the Jakarta EE ambassadors, and I'm a committer on the Jakarta NoSQL and Jakarta Data specifications. And by the way, I had 33.5 years with ExxonMobil. I retired in June of last year. And so everything you see above is what I do full time. So it is a passion. All right, so we just briefly went over the evolution of Java EE and Jakarta EE. So I checked that off. But the rest of the objectives, if you all agree, we'll talk about the profiles, how we got here to Jakarta EE 11, what's new, and an overview of the updated specs with demos. So I normally do this poll if this was an in-person presentation. However, if you are interested in putting in the chat where you are in this list, I hope not to see the what the heck is Jakarta EE, because this is a Jakarta EE conference. So anyway, if you want to do that, please go ahead and do. And let's take a look at the profiles. There are 3 profiles. I'm sure we've heard references to this all day. You have the platform, the web profile, and the core profile. We'll go over those quickly. The platform itself defines a standard for hosting all of the Jakarta EE applications. There are 42 specifications in the ecosystem. However, only 30 are part of the platform. And the other 12 are probably, due to them being deprecated, maybe outdated, those kinds of things. But that's where we are with those specs. So this is designed for those who want to use all the specifications in the platform. And you can see here in blue all the new specs. I'm going to list them later anyway. But then, as we all know, we've heard all day, we do have a new spec with Jakarta Data 1.0. We'll talk more about that in a bit. The web profile is pretty much just a subset of the platform, and for obvious reasons. It's for web technologies to do that kind of work. All right, again, these are the specs. There are 23 in there, and Jakarta Data is also in that profile as well. And last but not least is the core profile. And this is another subset of the platform targeting just smaller runtimes for microservices applications and those kinds of things. And this was introduced in Jakarta EE 10 2 years ago. And those are the 7 specs that you see there. All right. So that takes care of the profiles. So how did we get here over the past year plus? The first milestone release was available a year ago. The second and third milestones were released in early and late April, respectively. And the fourth milestone was released in June. And then, of course, the final GA release, we're waiting on that. And you've heard many of discussion about why with the TCK refactoring and all that. I think this is a great investment on time for future releases of Jakarta EE. All right, the current status. There are 16 specs that have been updated, and all of them have passed their respective release reviews earlier this year. The focus right now is to modernize and restructure the TCK. And right now, any day now, I believe tomorrow is the last day of voting, if I'm not mistaken, to vote on the core profile. And then the platform and web profiles, those releases will probably happen, in the first quarter, maybe the first month of 2025, but that's all contingent upon how the upgrades go. There was some discussion about App Client, which you may have heard earlier today, which is part of this discussion that I've seen on the mailing list. Okay, let's go. What's new? All right, new specifications. Jakarta Data, of course, but you might be scratching your head and saying, what the heck is this JWT bridge? And I know it's been mentioned earlier today, but in case you missed it, I will talk about it. There will be the removal of the legacy managed bean annotation and references to to the Java Security Manager have been removed. Now, this was deprecated in JDK 17, and there is a new JEP targeted for Java 24, will permanently disable that security manager. And that's JEP 486 for anybody who wants to look that up. So this is the next step in getting that finally removed from the Java ecosystem. All right, CDI Lite. And it took me a while to figure out what the heck that meant because it's never mentioned on the Jakarta EE website. But basically, it is a way to split out the integration related to the specification in the document. So, and this is intended to solve some circular dependency problems. So you can see the difference between CDI 3, which is Jakarta EE 10, and CDI 4.0, which is for Jakarta EE 11. And also, too, the optional features that are in those 3 specs are now, you won't be able to implement or not implement those or the optional features themselves. All right, so support for Java records in expression language, in persistence, and in validation. Of course, Java records were final in JDK 16, and support for virtual threads in concurrency, which makes obvious sense since Java 21, there was the final version of virtual threads there. All right, and there's been some initial work on the interoperability between the MicroProfile JWT authentication and Jakarta security specs. We'll talk more about that. All right, so what's new? All right, so I'm just listing these here. There was the Jakarta Faces 4.1. They initially wanted to do a 5.0, but they felt they didn't have enough, or at least adequate time to do a full-blown, release 5.0 with breaking changes. So they decided to just do a 4.1. So that's that, and then the rest of those specs. All right. This is normally where I would stop myself from talking fast, and asking questions if this was an in-person presentation, but I want to see how many people know who this is. I know some of the older folks would know, but put that in the chat if you know who it is. All right, the demonstrations I'm going to have today are going to be in Payara Server or Payara Micro, and also Payara Cloud that's been released about 2 years ago, and there's a free 15-day trial if you're interested. Just check that out on the website. All right, so what's this JWT bridge? All right, so it is a collaboration between the two working groups. And this allows developers to use Jakarta Security to build on the MicroProfile JWT authentication for seamless integrations. And I know this came up about a year ago or so, and for me about having new specs in Jakarta from MicroProfile. So I probably yelled a little bit too much. I don't know, but in any event, I think this is a great thing because this is working together with the two working groups for that. So there'll be more about that. So this is still a work in progress, and I heard two things. This will be targeted for MicroProfile 7.1, or I heard Venna say earlier today, probably 8.0 if I heard that correctly. So you see the new spec there, and the Jakarta Security and the JWT authentication all work together for that to build more secure, robust applications. All right, in the JWT bridge, there is a new annotation, JWT authentication mechanism definition, which, very short word there. Thankfully for code completion in IntelliJ. And then the idea is to move the optional section of MicroProfile JWT to the new bridge spec along with the TCK. And this is what the annotation looks like. Has parameters that obviously have to do with using JSON Web Tokens, so the public key, your issuers, and all these kinds of things. So it's my goal to have a working demo. It's not ready yet, but look for that at some point. And I think this will be fun to try to work with that and get something going. All right, and just for completeness, MicroProfile 7 was released in August of this year. And these are the core specs on the left, and then the standalone specs on the right. Now, some of them have been around, always in the standalone spec, like reactive messaging, the streams operators, context propagation. Over the years, you had long-running actions, which is LRA, GraphQL. And then the biggest change was the metrics spec, which went from the core specifications over to standalone. And I know Emily Zhang mentioned this earlier today, and I think a lot of people are moving over to micrometer. You have micrometer metrics, micrometer tracing. And if you notice, there's open tracing in the standalone specs. With the release of MicroProfile 6, open tracing moved over there in favor of telemetry, which is now at version 2.0 on the left. So, and then you see the Jakarta EE 10 specifications or the core profile for that. And this has a history going back to MicroProfile 1.0, in which the 3 original JSR related specs, so going back to Java EE, and this is 2016, you had the CDI, you had Java API for JSON processing, and the Java API for RESTful web services. So, and this is how everything evolved into supporting the core profile, because all those new specs as they're known today are in that core profile. All right. All right, Jakarta annotations. I'm going to go through this a little bit quickly. These slides will be available. And along, I have a GitHub repository for you to experiment, and then send me feedback. say something like slap me around and say, oh, you silly, you did this wrong or whatever. I appreciate any feedback. So annotations is a collection of annotations that could be used all across any of the Jakarta EE ecosystem. And what's new is the removal of the managed themes annotation. And the current version for 11 is 3.0, and Glassfish 8 milestone 3 is the compatible implementation. Jakarta authentication is essentially a low-level SPI for authentication modules. So this is obviously how you would authenticate a user. This works hand in hand with Jakarta security. So you have all the credentials, the validation, and then you pass that identity to the container. All right, what's new is minor updates to support the overall goal of Jakarta security. Clarifications around state and concurrency and references to security manager have been removed. The current version is 3.1, and there's 2 compatible implementations, which is Glassfish 8 milestone 6 and Eclipse Epiciro 3.1. Authorization, another spec that is related to Jakarta security. So obviously you have authentication, and then once you pass your authentication, now you need to ensure those users are properly authorized for various parts of an application. So basically this involves permissions, usually a role-based type of setup, right? And that's what how we'd use that there. All right, what's new is future-proofing the spec and make it more suitable for cloud deployments. All right, this is achieved by adding an API for programmatically registering policy providers. Okay, and this replaces the policy class that's been deprecated. And there's a standardization for the context ID in servlet containers. It's been a long day for me too, even. So also too, several new convenience methods to make the API easier to use. And again, references to security manager have been removed. Current version is 3.0, and Glassfish 8 milestone 5 and Eclipse Exousia, that's how you pronounce it, 3.0 milestone 3. Concurrency provides a mechanism for using concurrency from application components. Okay, this obviously involves using virtual threads. And I mentioned that here, integration with Java 21. And there's support for the Java Flow class and the MicroProfile reactive streams operators and the MicroProfile context propagation specs. All right, in what's new there is replacing more features from Enterprise Java Beans. The schedule annotation I know has been replaced. Last I heard, and this could be a little off on this, there is the lock annotation, which I don't think was implemented yet, but somebody like Arjan Times would be able to answer that question more, better than me. There's also an intent to become more CDI centric, and by adding injection default resources, right, from managed executor service and context service interfaces. Current version is 3.1, and the compatible implementation is Open Liberty 24 6-beta. So this is the June version. So that's how far back this was actually past their release review. All right, CDI, which we use all the time. I mean, who hasn't used the inject annotation? But it specifies a means for obtaining objects to maximize reusability, testability, and so on, blah, blah, blah. So, and then there's new methods to the Bean configurer interface for applying decorators and support for priority annotation on producers. All right, current version is 4.1, and Weld, which has been, a long time compatible implementation of CDI, their version 6 beta 1 is that compatible implementation. All right, Jakarta Data, and this will come up to our first demo. Now, you've heard a lot about Jakarta Data, but I'm going to make it fun, all right? You know, with the application. You'll see that in a minute, all right? This provides an API that allows easy access to database technologies. There's support for relational databases and NoSQL databases. And then there's heavy use of the repository interface, which I know you saw in Otavio and Nathan's talk earlier today. And what's new is support for CDI extensions, a new basic repository interface to complement the other that are there. So the data repository is empty. Basic has some basic different find methods, those kinds of things. And you saw the lifecycle annotations of insert, update, delete, and save. And there's new insert and update methods in the CRUD repository interface. All right, there's the new Jakarta Data query language, which, as you heard earlier today, is a subset of the Jakarta persistence query language. And the current version is 1.0, probably a service release, I think, of 1.01. But Open Liberty was one of the first to provide a compatible implementation, and that goes to their June release of Open Liberty. And Hibernate ORM 6.6, which only came out about 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. So those are the two implementations for that. And we got a live demo. So, all right. So just go over some of these real quick. You'll be able to see, clone the repository at your leisure. But just to give you an idea, first of all, I'm a craft beer enthusiast. For those who don't know me well, all right. So I have this, beer application, and it models a beer collection. This is NoSQL or MongoDB. So there's a beer repository, beer resources. So you see all the different ways you can post, you can get, and all those HTTP verbs and endpoints. And the same thing with the brewer. Just real quick, the beer class, obviously, I hope you can see that too. Oops, I opened the wrong one here. There we go. You have the ID, you have the name of the beer, the beer type, the brewer ID, and the ABV of that particular beer. And the brewer itself, we model of course, you have the ID, you have the name, and just the city and the state. Just simple enough. All right. So let's run this. And I have Payara server. This is alpha 2 of their version 7, which just came out like 2-3 weeks ago. So I have our data here. Gonna launch it. All right, and then there we go. So I made all these demos with the same index HTML to look the same, just with the verbiage, relative to that particular spec demo. So here's the list of the databases. I have MongoDB running in the background already, and you can see some of the stuff here. So you can see here I have a Flemington Pumpkin Ale. I live in Flemington, New Jersey, but the brewer, oops, got rid of that R. I don't want the 3. There we go. All right, the brewer related to that is Red Lake Brewing Company, which obviously is not a real brewing company. It is a retirement goal. How's that sound? In any event, yeah, so you have that in all these different brewers here. So what can you do with this? So you can say, all right, let's get the third brewer. Same thing with the beers, right? I'd say the second one here, all right? That kind of thing. Now you can add, we're going to use our scripts. All right, so I'm going to just do a curl command here, and I'm going to add a Red Lake Brewing Company again, but instead of Flemington, New Jersey, it's going to be in New Orleans. So we'll add that in there, and then I'm going to make a Mardi Gras step. Sounds good to me. And it's some kind of high ABV. So we'll just run that, which is here, and then, oops, you didn't see that. Okay. All right, so you can see that it completed, and then if we, as the brewer, right? We scroll down, you'll see the new one here, New Orleans, right? And then you'll see in the beer too itself. I'm gonna hide this thing. Hide video panel. That's it. It's not hiding though. All right. And if you look here, you'll see down there the New Orleans Mardi Gras step. All right, we want to delete stuff now. All right, we'll do a post, and that's our delete script. And it doesn't give a response, but if we refresh, you'll see those are gone. Yeah, it's gone. All right, so yeah, so that's pretty much it on that. I don't have an update on that yet. That's something to add at some point. So again, this is on my GitHub. Please, check that out and provide feedback. So, all right. So let's see. It's the expression language. This is one I've never had a chance to really mess around with, but it'd be nice to give this a try at some point. So this is a simple language to meet the needs of presentation layer and web applications, essentially. All right. So what's new? A Java.desktop module that's no longer required at runtime, and a new length property that will support arrays. Current version is 6, and Apache Tomcat 11, milestone 18 is the compatible implementation. And while I'm thinking about it, Apache Tomcat 11, the GA was released within the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's been around a long time too, by the way. I remember playing around with really early versions of Apache Tomcat. So Jakarta Faces, it's a model view controller framework for building just UI interfaces. By the way, there's a Jakarta MVC specification that is part of the ecosystem. It's not on the platform. And along with that was Jakarta NoSQL. Just as a side note here, hopefully these will be part of the Jakarta EE 12. They didn't pass the release reviews this year, so we'll give it a shot for 12. This is formerly known as Jakarta Server Faces, and then going back to the old days, JSF or Java Server Faces, right? And what's new is new firing events for CDI for these annotations that you see listed here, and a deprecation of the pre-destroy custom scope event and the post-construct custom scope event classes. Current version is 4.1, and compatible implementations are Glassfish 8, milestone 6, and Eclipse Mahara 4.1.1. All right, interceptors. There's another spec I haven't had a chance to really get a chance to experiment with, but I know Ottavio talked about interceptors in Jakarta Data. So this is a way to interpose on business method invocations and specific events, such as lifecycle, right, and timeout events. And then, as we saw, those new annotations are, save and delete are lifecycle events. So that makes sense. And there's an updated set of dependencies to align with Jakarta EE 11, and a new standard overloaded get interceptor bindings method that was added to the invocation context interface. All right, 2.2 is the latest version, and Weld 6 beta 1 is the compatible implementation. All right, Jakarta Pages. All right, formerly known as Jakarta Server Pages, so they shortened it JSP, right? Java server pages going back a number of years. And we went back and looked at that flow chart from all the different versions of Java EE and Jakarta EE. You'll see that was one of the early ones as well. All right, so this is a template engine, right, for web apps. And then, you know, with custom tags, expression language, and, you know, I'm sure all of us have used that in some way and is used quite a bit with Jakarta Servlet. All right, there's a new error or an updated error data class that supports the Jakarta Servlet constant field values, and there's a couple of them right there. And so all code deprecated as of Jakarta Server pages 3.1 have been removed. So, all right, current version is 4, and Apache Tomcat milestone 20, version 11 is the compatible implementation. And I think there were 21 or 22 milestones before 11 was released by the Apache team. All right, Jakarta persistence. You know, Gavin King had a great presentation earlier today and talking about that, right? This goes back to JPA, Java Persistence Architecture. All right, and I think a lot of a lot of people still sort of mix that JPA versus Jakarta persistence. You know, like JPA has been around a long time, right? So this is a way to manage persistence and object relational mapping. So we've all used Hibernate in the past, that kind of thing. So, so that's what this is all about. There are so many new features in this, but you know, this would take me an hour just to go through them all. But the big one, of course, is support for Java records. And then numerous new methods added to different classes, like you see there, criteria query, entity manager, and so forth, right? And then Gavin had posted a blog post on the Hibernate website about migrating over to Java.time API and not using calendar anymore. And so that's all been deprecated that you can see there. You know, the calendar, Java util date, and timestamp. So if you go find that, it's a good read. And yeah, and he explains it real well. And then also removing deprecated code from Jakarta Servlet 3.1. All right, 3.2 is the latest version. Hibernate ORM 7 Alpha 2 is the compatible implementation, along with Eclipse Link 5 Beta 2. All right, RESTful web service. All right, we've all used REST. We've all used endpoints, right? We saw some of that in the example. All right, so this is, follows the representational state transfer architectural pattern. Been around a long time, right? There's a new convenience method contains header string. And there's also, I have an example of this, the get matched resource template added to the URI info interface to obtain the template for the current URI request. Additional TCK tests and the managed bean annotation has been removed. All right, version 4 is the latest. REST-EZ 7 Alpha 1 and Eclipse Jersey 4 Milestone 1, and both of these have been around a long time as a compatible implementation. So I have a quick demo on that. It's nothing really exciting, but it's, gives you an idea how to use this thing. So let's close out some of this. All right, where's REST? Here it is. Nothing exciting, but I'll show you how you use the new method. And I think it was in resource. Oops. Oh yeah, right here. So it's the URI info. I believe that gets injected. So get resource template. So you'll see the output where it says matched resource template. And yes, the URI info is injected as a context. And if we go over to, all right, and close out Jakarta Data. Go to REST. Rest. Launch that. All right. So then there's the REST endpoint there. Again, nothing exciting here, but you'll see that it says matched resource template, and it's basically that second REST endpoint right there. So it's REST. So trying to tell me something, I guess. Okay, where are we here? How am I doing on time? I got a couple minutes left here. All right, Jakarta security. I'm going to actually go, when I do the demo, I'm going to do that at the end. For some reason, in Alpha 1 of Payara, the application runs, but I get a blank in Alpha 2, and I have questioned it on that, but it's interesting. Well, we've all seen, know about Jakarta security. It's a standard for creating secure applications, right? All right, what's new? The multiple authentication mechanisms, that's like HTTP, basic, something like this, right? Qualifiers for built-in authentication mechanisms and references to security manager have been removed. Current version is 4. The implementations are Glassfish 8, Milestone 6, and Eclipse Soteria 4.0. We'll go to the demo at the end. Servlet, right? I mentioned Servlet already. It basically handles HTTP requests and responses. New codes are added to here. Let's see. The codes are like 301 moved permanently, 302 found, 303 see other. Right, that's just some of the new codes that are there. And then the constants to support them. And then references to security manager class have been removed. Tomcat, has been, I think, a long time, provided a long time implementations of their various, versions of Servlet. And then, so that's the Milestone 20 release. Validation. You've seen some of that earlier today. Basically is a way to, validate various data in your application. And it's formerly known as Jakarta Bean Validation. I know the endpoint is still bean-validation when you go look for it on the Jakarta EE spec website. But yeah, so that's been renamed as well. There's support for Java records, and the dependencies for Jakarta EE 11 have been updated. Current version is 3.1, and the compatible implementation is Hibernate Validator 8.0.1. And they have a quick demo there. To our REST validation. Again, nothing too exciting. Maybe little by little, I'll try to come up with some more meaningful applications. User record. So I have the original user, but I'm using a record instead of a user class. And let's see, so then the resource. And you can see the validate here using record. I even have it for, well, the original user, and then user record. So I'm using that one to do the string build, which is mentioned here. So when we go to our app, validation, we launch that. Okay. And here I put in some stuff here that the name is null, which is not allowed. Working equals true. Okay. About me, Java champion. Age 13, which, obviously maybe factor of 5, more than that. And my email is just Mike. So you'll see here, email is not a valid format. Age should be not less than 18. So these are the different validations, which I should have showed you in my example. And it says name must not be null. So this is this is using the record instead of a regular class. All right. Let's see. All right, and then last but not least is Jakarta WebSocket. It's an API for client and server endpoints, okay? Basically what's new is clarifying the responsibilities for sending ping and pong messages. I like that. So again, this, I can obviously tell that this is a spec I have not really wrapped my arms around yet. So then what's new is a clarifying behavior of the max message size attribute, all right? And then references to security manager. And then you have two compatible implementations, which are Tomcat 11 milestone 20 and Eclipse Iris 2.2 milestone 1. So that's that. So I'm going to actually get out of this. Let's see. I have to do. I've had trouble in the past running both Payara server and trying to run micro. So we'll just take care of that real quick. And then 7 alpha 2. And we'll go. Okay. I should stop that in a few seconds. There we go. Now we'll go here, and I think we have, sorry, yeah, we've got, we compiled it. So we'll just start our script, which, yeah. Actually, this may not work now that I think about it. But we'll see. One of the new things was this in memory. Yeah, I can't think of the name at the moment, but I'll open that up in a second. That's an artifact of something different, but it runs. Okay, so we still have it. All right. And the host. Uh-oh. I thought it was running. Yeah, it should be localhost. Okay, well, it's not running, but probably because it is using something new and I thought I tested. But let's take a look anyway. So here is, should have thought about that now. It's amazing what you think of during your presentation as opposed to before. There's a new annotation and it is called in-memory identity store definition. And I just added this to my original class. Whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, it actually compiled. So the idea is to use this annotation at the class level, and then provide credentials annotation for for one or more users. So you can see here I added myself, and real secure passwords, as you can see, and my wife Rowena, and then she's has admin and user privilege, and then that's it. That's I have not been able to wire that together yet. That will come down the road. So, but that's an idea of something new you can do. And there's some other examples too. So, all right, let's wrap this up because I know you're all tired. So we've done all these things. Resources. Evar has an awesome blog post, hashtag Jakarta EE. It's usually Sundays and then some throughout the week, so you can follow along on the latest and greatest of what's going on in Jakarta EE, plus all his trips around the world. I had the pleasure of having Ivar and Gerrit Grunwald a year ago, September, visit our Garden State Jug for a meeting, so that was awesome. Arjan has this presentation called Boost Performance and Developer Productivity with Jakarta EE 11. And what I liked about his is that he grouped the specs into how they're used. Like, so for example, Jakarta Security, Authentication, and Authorization are grouped as one, and so on. My example applications, I'll have it listed anyway. And also Luis Neto from Payara has a GitHub repo where he uses JWT in different various stages. So he has them in branches in his GitHub. All right. Want to get involved? Yes. please get involved. I like what Tanya Obradovic posted earlier this year, and I thought it would be just awesome to put this there. And there's the tech talk opportunities. Anything you want to do, become part of open source project. If you are part of a user group, perhaps you can adopt a specification. There's a way to do that. So the Garden State group also is part of, has adopted, for obvious reasons, right, Jakarta Data and Jakarta NoSQL. And there are so many people here for which I need to provide a thanks. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but this is 12 folks here that they've contributed to this in some way, shape, or form, and I thank you very much for that. And that's my email, my Twitter handle, and it will be always referred to as Twitter. And then my regular website, my portfolio page, and my GitHub repo. And I want to end with this. This just came out a few days ago on the Omnifish Twitter account. And I think this is just awesome. And I got, Andro gave me permission to post this. And I think this is, the fact that the holidays are coming up, I think this was pretty awesome. So with that, I'll leave you with that. I can also, leave you with the beer and the chocolate image, but let's just leave it there. Questions, let me see, I have to stop sharing maybe to see where the questions are. I see something in chat. Oh, no questions. Okay. Did I put everybody to sleep or did everybody leave? But in any event, this has been an awesome day. I look forward to this every year. This is my first time as a speaker, but I served as a program committee chair in the past. And I remember Reza starting this in 2019. And it was actually a 16-hour, I think, or maybe 19 hours back then. So thank you very much. We'll see you somewhere at a conference or a Java user group meeting around the world.
Thank you so much, Mike, for the great presentation and also a great toast, right?
Yes.
Best way to finish the day.
It's an amazing way to finish the day.
Yes. So as we wrap up this closing session, we want to thank you all for watching and being a part of this event. And also a big thank you goes to all of the people who contributed to organizing this event and making it a success.
And it is getting definitely late here in Ottawa, but it's getting really, really late in Europe. So we are thanking Europeans who are kind of logging off. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for everyone who is still watching our virtual conference. As you can see, we are also getting a little bit tired. Gigi here is also getting tired.
Yes. And I think it's time to announce the winner of the Jakarta EE Nature Contest.
Yes.
Yes. And this year's winner is Dominica from Payara.
Yes, oh my goodness,
and look at that thing.
I know.
Yeah. It actually looks like the logo.
It does.
For our video, absolutely. So at this point, why don't we invite our team, or at least the ones who were able to stay this long with us, and kind of show off their faces. Of course, the team lead here is Gigi, and she's getting quite tired. You can see Ivar and Shabnam, but let's shout out and have Serena and Carla here. So here is Serena, and here is Carla. So Carla was leading the production, and Serena, as you know, was taking care of the speakers.
Yes.
So thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you.
Carla was very patient with us and all the hiccups that we had. Marco is still in the background running this part, and Sam had to take off. So thank you everyone for participating and making another successful JakartaOne live stream.
See you next year.
See you.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.